Right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're doing well. Oh, that was an abrupt transition, wasn't it? Hope we're all doing well. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you all again. It's been a little while, actually, hasn't it? Obviously, had in real life commitments and things like that, so I've not been able to stream quite as much recently. However, here we are. We're back with the DC-6 today in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I'm really looking forward to it. Could be a lot of fun, and it should be, yeah, it should be good. Mott Scanley, see you later, dude. James, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Good to see you. 2 days indeed. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't have an Xbox myself, but nevertheless, you know, the PC version is going to benefit immensely. Samuel, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Mott Scanley, you seem to be sticking around, dude. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Is it hard to fly the DC-6? I mean, it can be hard, or you can use the flight engineer, and the flight engineer actually makes it quite easy. So, you know, it depends how you approach it. The way we're going to do it in the stream today is probably the harder way to do it, but I like the challenge, so that's how I like to do it. But yeah, you can just stick there's an automated flight engineer that runs all the checklists for you and does all the throttles and everything, and all you really have to do is navigate. So yeah, it can be easy, it can be hard. However, feel free to stick around and you will see what levels of sort of complexity you can go to. You think the skies will be mega busy? I bet. Probably, yeah. Probably. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. Yeah, should be interesting. I've set aside a bunch of time next week, so I'm going to be streaming every day next week. So after the update comes out, I'll be live, and then following that, I think Wednesday I won't be live, but Thursday, Friday I will be as well. So it should be a fun, action-packed week. Okay, it's very bright in here, so I might have to just close some blinds. 1 second, I'll be back with you in 1 moment. Is that any better? Yeah, it's a bit better, isn't it? Alright, great stuff. You think the A32NX dev version is bugged in Innsbruck, for example, on approach? Engine and auto thrust settings made weird. Interesting. I mean, I've not flown the A32NX in a short while, but I've never really had any issues with the... yeah, I've never really had any issues with regards to the engines or the auto thrust. But like I said, I haven't flown it in a little while, and obviously, you know, at the end of the day, you have to remember it is a dev version, so sometimes there is going to be stuff that do make it a bit dodgy. So yeah, we'll come back on a May release. What will come back on a May release? Also, I would just ask as well if you could do English only in the chats, please. It's the only language I speak, so... Only Russian speakers will understand. Most likely, yes. Except when I can put it in Google Translate and it says the navel and the magnifier went to receive a salary. But the magnifier got it for the navel and the navel for the magnifying glass. I don't know if that actually is what you were trying to say or not. Anyway, let's get into this. So we're here in Iceland, and actually just when I booted up the sim A short while ago, it was absolutely throwing it down with rain, but as you can see, it seems the clouds have broken temporarily, which is always nice to see. You can see there's actually a rainbow over there. What is this? If I go through here, what's going on here? What is this reflection? But yeah, it was absolutely throwing it down here. You can even you can't anymore. You could see a bit of rain on the windows. But it's very, very windy here in Iceland at the moment. If I turn the volume up a bit, you guys might be able to just hear the wind outside. And yeah, even if we pop outside here and just have a quick look with the drone cam, you can hear it. But here we are, we're at Reykjavik, and this is the scenery by MK Studios. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I've been to Reykjavik before. However, for some reason, I think it's because it was raining when I was there. I don't quite remember exactly what the airport looked like, so I can't really vouch for how accurate this is. But I do trust that it is pretty accurate, and it's pretty nicely done. I think it's quite a cool looking airport, to be honest. It's got a bit of an interior as well with this strange reflection on the inside, but a little bit of an interior for when you arrive at night. And then this main terminal building, it's quite an interesting structure really. So yeah, overall pretty nice scenery. I'd love to see a little bit of colour, you know. It's not often you get colourful looking terminals. And other than that, oh, the rain's coming back in again, so we can't really see anything. But yeah, pretty nice little scenery this. I've had my eye on it for a while. Got a bit of a soft spot for Iceland, I will admit. So so there we have it. Right, there's one secret, two last words from a bad word. Yeah, well, this is why I say only English in the chat, because we don't know other languages, so the majority of people speak English here. But yeah, that reflection is a bit weird, isn't it? Ian, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you over on Facebook. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Do I fly on iVow? I sometimes fly on, well, I fly on VATSIM most of the time, but I'm not going to do for this flight because we're basically going to be flying a very irregular sort of route that probably wouldn't work that well on VATSIM. We're kind of going to fly the old school way in this stream. We're going to use VORs and Dead Reckoning to get ourselves over to England. So we're not going to use a GPS, we're just going to use these radios here. And yeah, I mean on VATSIM it can work, but I don't know how well, you know, it would work doing Dead Reckoning over the sea on VATSIM. So I'm just gonna, yeah, we're not going to do it on VATSIM this time, but you can use it on VATSIM certainly. There is a GPS option for this as well, so it makes it even more, you know, sort of fitting into a modern airway system. So yeah, you can definitely fly this on VATSIM 100%, but we're not doing it today. Alf, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Yes, we certainly are on live weather. You can hear that wind absolutely howling. Alright, anyway, so let's do a very quick briefing before we go any further with things here, and I'll let you know what the plan is for today's flight. So I'll bring up the fuzz pad first of all, and here we go. So what I've got here is, this is an old Icelandair timetable, and what we're going to be doing today is we are going to be emulating this flight right here. So FI, let's see if I can zoom in a bit more. FI 232, which is just here. 1 second. Yeah, so FI 232, which is this flight here, and we're going to be flying from Reykjavik to Glasgow, Prestwick, and this is, like I say, it's obviously an old school route that they did back in the day. So it should be a lot of fun. Oh, what's happened there? Yeah, so this is a real Icelandair flight from 1967. And our routing is as follows. So if I bring up the plan on here, if I can find the charts. I don't think it actually shows them on here anymore, does it? But let's go over to little nav map. So here's the routing. You can see our planes here at Reykjavik, and I'm going to actually hide that for today's flight, so no cheating. We're going to depart runway 19, which is up here to the north. We'll take a right turn and then join this track to the east. We're then going to use the Reykjavik VOR to navigate ourselves to the east over to Ing VOR. I think it's actually a TACAN at Reykjavik. And then we're going to head out on a course of 137 outbound towards, well, the southeast over to the sea. And then from there we're going to actually use a stopwatch to do some dead reckoning over this stretch of sea here. As you can see, there's no nav aids we can use. And then we're going to join onto the Stornoway VOR at about 130 miles out, and then we'll use that to get ourselves down into Prestwick. And that is the flight for today. Should be pretty cool, a lot of fun, and it could all go terribly wrong. I've also managed to put together a bit of a flight plan here on SkyVector. And basically what this is going to do is this will give us a navlog. So I can click on here, and this is going to give us a navlog for basically our dead reckoning legs. So it uses the weather and speed, expected speed and whatnot, to give us a track. So it gives us a track to follow, which is basically this heading here. And yeah, obviously that's corrected for wind there, so we can follow that as opposed to the magnetic heading, which here is 147 degrees. That's if there was no wind, but obviously we've got a bit of wind here. You can see we've got wind from 206 at 45 knots. That's very heavy wind. I told you it was windy up here in Iceland. And yeah, so we're going to be heading out, and we can use this track that we've got here to do each of our legs. Each of these legs are about 30 miles, as you can see, 27, 29, 37, 28, and so on. And yeah, we're basically just going to follow that. And they've also got on here a estimated time en route. So we can use that to sort of time the legs. So 7.2 minutes here, 7.7, 10 minutes, 7.5, 5.3, and so on. And we can use that then to do our sort of dead reckoning. So yeah, it should be interesting to see how well this works. It could all go terribly wrong, but we shall see. Alf says it's not bad in London, thunderstorms. Yeah, it was forecast, wasn't it? It seems okay up here at the moment in Leeds, but we'll see what happens. Now then, Mike, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Alright, so it should be pretty interesting, this one. Should be pretty interesting indeed. And there is a cumulative time given here as well at the bottom, right here. But I'm not going to use that because this flight plan that I used on SkyVector, it's not exactly... I suppose I could use it. Yeah, we could also use that. Okay. Let me just make sure I got this correct here. So this first leg is 28 miles, which should take us out to the edge of the range of the VOR. So if we look here on a little nav map, you can see the VOR range here is 40 miles. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, we'll just start, once we get 28 DME, we'll just start following dead reckoning. And we'll take it from there. So that's more or less the briefing for the route. And we don't really have any procedures to follow in this one because Keflavik has RNAV departure procedures, so we don't need to follow those. Well, we're not going to follow those because we can't. And then coming in to Prestwick, again, they've got RNAV arrivals. The only thing we're going to do there is we're going to fly the ILS for runway 30, and that is that really. Quite straightforward in terms of what charts we're using, and then obviously Prestwick itself is relatively straightforward. Okay, we'll look at those en route anyway. We've not got too much to worry about there. We are up here at the international terminal, just parked in this little divot here. And yeah, we're going to taxi out to runway 19. So we're actually going to be just a short taxi along here and then out to the south. I think I said north earlier. Yeah, we're going to be coming out this way and then taking a left turn, not a right turn. That could have gone very wrong there. And that is that. Okay, so let's get set up here anyway, and we'll take it from there. I've got to work out my my takeoff power, but we don't know exactly the carb temperature yet, so we'll work that out once we've got the engine started and they're warming up. Okay, so one other thing I wanted to show you guys is I actually made my own checklist for the DC-6. So I've got our own checklist here, which is it's what I created based on the automated flight engineer along with the checklist in the POH. So yeah, it's kind of what I think is appropriate and necessary. It's not necessarily a step-by-step checklist to do everything, but it's yeah, it basically follows. It's like a like a checklist you would get normally on an airline. It's not too overwhelming, and it just covers the stuff that would be completely essential, I suppose. It ignores some memory items. Mate, you need to fly your MH, that will give you the track. Oh, okay. Was I reading that wrong? Okay, let me just, it's the first time I've used Sky Vector for this, so let's see. Well, the MH is just the magnetic heading, isn't it? So if I just followed that and we get blown by the wind, then we're going to end up off track, aren't we? That's how I understood it. Because you would normally fly the track, wouldn't you? Like, for example, in the Airbus, when you put it on track FPA mode, that will follow a track along the ground rather than a head. Yeah, like a magnetic heading. So how will I fly the required track? So you've got the track here. This is this website basically. Well, Sky Vector, it will work out the track based on the weather conditions, the expected weather conditions. I mean, it might be slightly off, but it's going to be. I think it's going to be better than just following the magnetic heading, I imagine. So it gives you a track here. You can see just in this column right here. Like, for example, here 129 would be the track, and magnetic heading is 146. That's just my interpretation anyway. I might be wrong, but that's the way I thought it worked. Alright, let's get started up anyway so we can get things moving, and we'll correct things if we need to. Brian, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. How high can you fly in the DC-6? I think the service ceiling is somewhere around 20,000 feet, something like that. I think you can probably get a bit higher than that. I suppose it depends on weight, but I don't know off the top of my head. But generally I tend to fly between 10 and 20. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Peter. Yeah, so I'll obviously have to follow the gyro compass in the aircraft. Well, one of these. Doesn't really matter which. But yeah, I'll have to obviously follow the compass in the aircraft. But I will use the track that's given on that flight plan. I think that's the way to do it. But again, like I say, it's the first time I've ever really done a long stint of Dead Reckoning, so I could be wrong. Alright, so I've already got the aircraft loaded up anyway. We're full on passengers today. We've got a total or a gross weight of 86,044. We're very much on the borderline of a wet takeoff, but yeah, it's not long enough of a trip really to need a wet takeoff. So that's fine. We're going to be doing a dry takeoff. Let's just check we've got all the realism options turned on as well as the Bendix radios, so that's all good. And yeah, what we'll do is, just before we get going a bit further, we'll just get up self-loading cargo and we'll get some passengers loaded in. We'll just bring the time forward a bit to give us a bit of time to get started. That should do it. Let's click default and start flight. Oh yeah, Peter, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe it was the way I was explaining it that was maybe confusing. But yes, that's what I'll be doing, yeah. Alright, let's start the boarding anyway. We'll turn on the seatbelt signs and yeah, let's start getting things on the way here. So, just checking all the circuit breakers first of all, make sure none of those have tripped. They can trip off in this aircraft, so it's best to just check them all. These 4 are down, that's normal. That's good. Everything else is good. We could probably bring in the mechanic stands, the oil pans, pitot covers, and we'll leave everything else in for now. We'll also close the main door here in the cabin. We'll bring those stairs up. Beautiful stuff. And we'll close the door. If it's gonna, just gotta wait for the stairs to come all the way up. There we go, doors closed. Beautiful stuff. Okay, so here we go then. Alright, let us get the seat belts and the no smoking signs on. We've got fuel on board. Let's get the inverters all on, as well as the generators. God, that wind is so loud, isn't it, even with the door closed. And we're also going to just come over here. Just make sure everything is set properly here. We'll turn on the cabin heater master. Check all our fluid levels. Everything looks good. Oil is a little bit down, but other than that, it's looking fine. I think we've got enough. Cowl flaps, we can fully open those. David, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. I said, you said you were going to fly track. You're going to fly heading, which has compensated. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably just my misuse of the word track, isn't it? That's just confused things. We're going to be flying at 11,000 feet, so we'll wind this one up. And that should do it. Don't need to, we'll just give the start marker a little click forward. We're only at 100 feet above sea level here, so that's fine. And everything is set up good here. We'll turn up the temperature control for the cabin, and that is all good up there. Alright, so coming down here, let's make sure we've got the correct Q and H set. So we are at Reykjavik. So the QNH is 90906 here. So let's get that in about there. It should be, I think. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Let's get main fuel tanks on and selected rather. All these switches are on, that's good. Gyro pilot is off, that's fine. Prop lever is fully forwards here. We'll move the throttles forwards a little bit just to the sort of idle-ish position, which is about there. And then carb heat is cold. Hydraulic system is down and forward, that's looking good. All the mixtures are off and the flaps are up. Landing gear lever is down. The gust lock is still in. We're going to leave the gust lock in. As you can hear, it is very windy here. We'll just do a quick check of the radios, but I'm just going to turn them straight off. There we go. Okay. Great stuff. I think we're good to go for the engine start then. We could do these tests here. I'm not going to do them all because they're freaking loud. Carry69, welcome to the chat. Hope you're well. Good to see you. It'll help you if you have the radial from the VOR to follow outbound. Yes, yeah, we've already got that, Peter, yeah. So we have a different application here that I've used to calculate the flight plan, and we're going to be following outbound on this radial, and then we're going to follow inbound this course inbound to the Stornoway VOR. It's pretty nice long range, that one, so yeah, we'll look out for that one as we get towards the mainland there. Okay, so let me just run my checklist real quick. So circuit breakers are checked and set. Battery and ground power is on. I already turned that on before the stream started. Generators are on, signs are on, lights are set. Cabin heat and master is on. Windshield heat is set, I think. Yeah, we're good on that. Hydraulic system down and forward. Fuel tank selectors main. Cowl flaps fully open. Fuels and fluids are checked. Pressurization is set. Manifold and duct pressure is checked. Radios are checked and off. Doors and hatches, we can actually close them now because we've got all the passengers on board. Whoa! What just happened there? The wind just went suddenly extremely quiet. Right, let's close these doors anyway. Hello? These switches are being a bit funny today. There we go. Alright, perfect. Great stuff. So, doors and hatches are closed. Door warning lights are out. And actually, they're up here, aren't they? There we go. Seatbelts and pedals are adjusted. Throttles are set to idle. Props are forward and 3. Okay, great stuff. So that's the before start checklist complete. Let me just check down here. Okay, cool. So that's all done. Let's get the beacon light on. We'll go to engine mode selector or engine selector to 3. We'll turn the boost pump on 3. Let's just make sure we've got fuel pressure there, which we do. Listen to that rain. Live weather, yes, indeed, David, indeed. Carry69 as well. Sorry, I don't know if I caught your message, but hello, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. BJ, yes, multiplayer is on. Yeah, we're on Live Players North Europe server. If anyone wants to join, I forgot to mention that earlier. Yeah, if anyone wants to join. We're on multiplayer, Live Players, North Europe server. We're at Keflavik Airport, Bravo, India, Bravo, India, Kilo, Foxtrot. Alright. Let's get this first engine started then. So let me just check my cameras are working here. Yes, they are. Beautiful stuff. All right.
3, 6, 9,
9,
12.
12. There we go. Can't see other aircraft. There are two next to you. Oh. You're right, I can't see anyone. I can hear them, I'm sure. Like, you can hear the sound of their aircraft. But they're just not showing. Ha! That's weird. That's so strange. I don't know why that is. Let's see. Multiplayer is on. Traffic. Maybe try turn this on, see what happens. That's so weird. I hardly use multiplayer, to be honest, so I don't know whether it's an issue with the servers or what. Let me just try change server to West Europe. I'll try West Europe instead. So if you're trying to follow along, maybe switch to West Europe and see. Oh, default scenery, yeah. Yeah, that's also a point. Could be default scenery. So hopefully I should see you guys when you get in the air anyway, but just for the record, I've changed to West Europe. Okay, so looking at our engine indications for the third engine, we've got oil pressure, the carb air temperature is about 0. Oil is warming up. Cylinder head temperature is looking fine. Alright, great stuff. Oh, you can see us above. Oh, okay, yeah, so it must be the default scene. It must be if you're using default scenery. That's so strange, but I'll see you when I get it. I'll see you when we get in the air then. Okie dokie, so that's one good engine start. Let's turn the boost pump off for that one. We'll go to engine 4 and we'll start that turning there.
3, 6, 9.
9 on the magnetos, 12 boost, prime. Oh, I didn't turn the fuel boost pump on, did I? I don't know if it's not gonna work now, is it? Great. I'm smart. I always do that. I swear I do that every time. Let's just turn it all off. There we go. Okay, let's go for engine 2 now then. Boost pump on for engine 2. We have fuel pressure there. Let's go.
3, 6, 9, 12.
Hello? It's not catching. Okay, next engine. I do have realistic engine start on, so there is certain factors that can affect the engine start, so that's fine. Mort, yeah, you're right. Let's bring it back a bit. We only have one engine running right now though, so it's not... I don't think it's too much of a big deal, is it? There we go. We'll leave it there for now. Okay. Engine 1 next. Got fuel pressure there. That's looking good. Okay, let's try that again.
3, 6, 9, 12.
There we go. That one's catching. Beautiful stuff. Fantastic. Animation's looking a bit funny on that one, isn't it? Interesting. Alright, we'll go back then to engine 4. Good thing I checked that. Yes, I didn't put the boost pumps on again. Alright, great stuff. Let's go for engine 4 then.
3, 6, 9, 12.
Oh dear, this really doesn't want to start today, does it? Interesting. Alright, well, to engine 2 it is then. Welcome to the real world. Exactly. Alright, let's start with engine. Let's go back to engine 2 then. Fuel pressure is fine. Let's get that one on rotate.
3, 6, 9.
9 on the magnetos. 12 boost prime. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. That one's looking good. Okie dokie. Check for engine damage. I mean, it doesn't show the... no, it all looks fine. All looks fine. Don't worry, I look after my engines. Let's go to plain battery now as well. Anyway, I should have done that after the second engine, really. I believe that's normal. So we can remove the ground power unit, and just going to remove that for now. Alright, so just engine 4 to start now. Fuel pressure is on, or we've got fuel pressure rather. Let's try that one again. Come on, baby. I think I might need a little bit more throttle, to be honest. That might be why.
6, 9.
Magnetos.
12.
Boost prime. There we go. Beautiful. Alright. Great stuff. Beautiful. That's generally why I don't tend to bring it down to around 1,000 until they're kind of all running, really. But there we go. Looking good. Oh dear, that camera doesn't... That camera looks a bit funny, doesn't it? Alright, there we go. Beautiful. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, let's see. Hi Bobby, is there any way I can see your specs for the PC? I'm looking to get a PC and I want a rough idea what to look for. Yeah, Nathan, I think they're actually in the Facebook post for this stream. So if you go to the top just above where the comments are and you see the description of the stream, click see more and then scroll down and it should be at the bottom there, my full specs. Okay, cool. Where's my checklist gone? There we go. Alright, so after start checklist, boost pumps, so you can turn those off. Turn the engine mode selector off as well, or the engine selector. Okay, cool. Fuel boost pumps are off. Battery is set to plain battery. That's looking good. Generators or inverters are checked and on. Emergency lights are armed. And ground power is removed. After start checklist complete. Okay, great stuff. So just before we go any further, let's just while we wait for the engines to warm up a bit, I'm just going to bring the power down. So they're just setting them around 1000 RPM, and we're just going to get our takeoff power and climb settings. So you can see here we've got our carb air temperatures. They're sitting around 0 degrees at the current outside air temperature of about 10. Seems about right. So let's just bring up the... Oh dear, my transitions are not working very well today, aren't they, on OBS? Anyway, so we're going to do a dry takeoff, and we're at sea level. So carb temp is 0 degrees, so we're going to go 51.5 at 2800 RPM. And then METO power is going to be 47.2 and 2600. And then our climb power setting is going to be 1500 brake horsepower, and we are going to go for 40.6 and 2400 RPM. And then our cruise power setting is going to be an 1100 horsepower cruise, and we're going to be cruising at 11,000 feet. And let's have a quick look at our flight plan and just see what the expected temperature is going to be there. So top of climb, minus 14 is the expected temperature. So if we go back over here, minus 14 is the expected outside air temperature, so we could probably expect the carbs to be around maybe minus 20, so 31.9, and we're going to be at 2000 RPM. And I'll come back and obviously just double check that once we actually get up there, because the temperature might be slightly different. So that is that. And we can get the radios tuned up now as well, so we'll turn the radios on. So get them all on, and then I'm going to turn the volume down a bit because it's very loud. And so our first nav aid we're going to use is 112.8 for the Keflavik VOR. There we go. And then the next one we're going to be flying on that for 130 miles, so we probably don't really need to set anything else for now. But nevertheless, I'm just going to stick in 112.40 and 112.40 on this side, which is the next VOR we're going to tune later on. And that is it for this first bit. Okay. Let's get underway then, folks. So, let's get a bit of pushback here. Let's just check all the temperatures before we get underway. Cylinder head temperature is fine. Let's see. Yeah, everything looks good. We're probably going to need anti-ice for this departure, so we'll turn that on just as we get to the runway. But we're probably going to need some of the anti-ice on, as well as the vinyl warming. We're just above 10 degrees, but it is going to drop in temperature as we go up into the sky. We're probably going to need carb heat on as well, aren't we? Just after the takeoff, because we're going like straight into moisture. So we might need to just get that on as well on the way out. Alright, let's get some pushback then. Let's call in the tug. I don't know if he's actually going to appear today or not. There doesn't seem to be a lot of ground vehicles at this airport for whatever reason. Let's see if we can get the actual tug to actually make an appearance. No, there's actually no ground services here. Okay, fair enough. Alright, we'll just do a ghost pushback then. So let's release the parking brake and put that back to the center. Okay. What is going on here? Why is it... What? Why is it doing that? It won't let me change any of these settings. Oh dear. Alright, let's just use reverse thrust to go back then. Why the heck not? So the parking brake is released. Now, it has been a bit of a struggle in the past to get reverse thrust to actually work when you're at a stand. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it doesn't seem to want to work, does it? No, that doesn't work. Okay, I guess we'll just shift and P it. That's not working either. Why is the pushback not working? Let me just check my controls here. Toggle pushback, shift Q. Okay, yeah. Okay, now it's working. I don't think I have all aircraft selected in multiplayer. There are many aircraft in the area, so yeah, yeah, exactly, BJ. Yeah, like I said earlier on, I've got live players on, not all players. Live players only. Toolbar pushback direction is controlled by rudder pedals. Yes, it is, but you can also control it with that slider as well. But nevertheless, I think I'm just going to push back here and just swing it round. Then I won't see you. Oh, okay. Well, I did say it was live players. I can't change it now, you see. So it's, yeah, you can't change it from live players once you've already spawned in. So yeah, unfortunately that might be the case. Oh, it was hidden behind my webcam. Oh, okay. Yeah, so yeah, this slider here usually works, but look at that. It seems to be stuck in the left position. I don't know why. Very strange. Okay. Great stuff. Yeah, let's just swing it round from here then. Not ideal, but what can you do if the pushback's being buggy? Has got a very nice turning circle, this aircraft. Can't lie. Okay, so we're going to taxi on down to the end of the apron here and take a left on to November and then a right on to the runway, and that's it. Ramo, thank you very much for the follow on Facebook. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love the weather here in Iceland, how it's just changing from absolutely throwing it down to nice sunny weather in the space of a few seconds or a few minutes. So Iceland here, we've got winds at 160 at 27, gusting 39. Jesus. At least that's at least we're not going to have a crosswind on takeoff, though. Maybe a slight crosswind, but alright, so we're going to take a left here on to oh, the signs. There's no signs. Where are the signs? This car has a serious death wish. Always windy there, summer or winter makes no difference. Yeah, the weather's crazy in Iceland, isn't it? Never any turbulence due to flat scenery around the airport. Ah, good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I can't actually. The one time I've been to Iceland, I can't quite remember what it was like on the approach, but makes a lot of sense. Hey, we've got another DC-6 now. Beautiful. Good to see it. Amazing. Okay, so I believe we are coming up to the runway. Yeah, runway's just here. Where is the hold short here? There it is. Okay. Getting on the brakes here, just slowing us down, and we're just going to hold short and run the before takeoff checklist. Squeaky brakes. Highly ineffective. Alright, let's just hold short there. Alright, parking brake is set. Oh, this is the Cat 2 hold short, isn't it? We can go a little bit further forward then. We'll run our checklist anyway whilst we get rolling. Well, we'll do what we need to do. We won't run the checklist, so we'll get the pitot heat on, we'll get the cooling turbine on. Landing lights can get extended and turned on. I'm actually going to put the prop de-icer on. And let me just hold short here 1 second. There we go. Perfect. Alright, let's stop those motors from running. I'm going to turn the vinyl warming on and the automatic feathering on as well. We'll put the position lights to flashing. Oh, I already had them on flashing. Oops. Okay, so put them on flashing. We'll put the fuel booster pumps to on for the main tanks, and let's just check everything else. Cowl flaps can go to 4 degrees. Okay, I think we're looking good. Let's just set our course we need to intercept. I should have done that earlier really. We're just looking for 102, which is about there. There we go. Alright, so we're going to take off south, take a left turn, and then intercept this course of 102 out to the east, and that's our departure. Okay, so let's do the before takeoff checklist. So boost pumps are low, fuel and crossfeed is main and off. Autopilot and carb heat is off and cold. Hydraulics are not checked. Let's just double check that right now. That's looking good. I didn't actually put the flaps down. Let's do that as well. So flaps down to 20. Wing flaps 20, cowl flaps 4 degrees, windows and turbine closed and normal. Controls, gust lock is released. That could have been a bit of a calamity there. Pitot heat is on, auto feather is on, landing lights are down and on, and ADI is off. Okay, let's do this. Beautiful. Oh, another DC-6. Samuel, welcome. Amazing. I'm glad you guys could join us. Okay, then here we go, guys. Let's do this. We can just quickly check our rotate speed. It's going to be 107 knots. And 92 is a V1. Alright, let's do this thing. I'll turn the volume up when we start up the engines, when we run them up, because they sound amazing. Not too bad of a lineup, that, really. Look at that, straight down the centre. Maybe a bit to the right. Let's just stick the parking brake on, let's see. Yeah, okay, let's just roll forward a little bit. Wasn't quite as good as I thought it was. A little bit wonky. Don't want to roll too far forward here, though. That should do it. We can correct the rest when we get... Oh! Oh dear. Oh dear, that's a dangerous spot right there. I wonder if you thought I was about to take off. Okay, cool. So we've done the before start checklist. One thing I did just notice is my overlay is not showing on my stream, so let me just correct that. Sorry guys, I'm still here. Ha! Why is that not working? Oh dear, Sim Toolkit Pro is broken. Let's just restart it. No, still not working. Okay. I guess we'll have to do without the overlay for today. Alright, anyway, let's do this. So, takeoff power is 51.5. Let's just go up to 30 inches first of all. .30 inches stable. 51.5 on the manifold pressure we're looking for. It gets very sensitive at the end here, so I'm just going to have to be very careful. And my throttle's just like, they move a little bit on their own, which is a bit annoying to do this precisely. There we go, so 51.5, 26, 27, we're almost at 2800 RPM. I'm not sure, we can't quite reach 2800, but nevertheless, takeoff power is set. Let's go. Okay, my tiller's just stopped working. Not sure why that was. Okay, so 100 knots, rotate. There we go. Gear up. Hello, gear up. There we go. Wow. I am getting blown a little bit here. Okay, so we're about 500 feet above ground level. Let's accelerate up to 140 knots and we'll put in METO power, which is 47.5 and 2600 RPM. METO power, let's start bringing the flaps up as well. And I'm going to start making that left turn. Flaps are coming up. Okay, so that's flaps up. Let's go to climb power. Oh, pitching up a bit too much there. And 2400 on the RPM. There we go, climb power is set. Alright, we need to do a bit more of a left turn here, so we can intercept our outbound course. God, there's so much to do in this aircraft when you're doing it on your own. Oh my lord. Okay, cool. So just try to keep it 165 knots of climb speed. There we go, that radial's now coming in, so let's start a turn to the right. I think I've flown past it a bit here, unfortunately. But we're looking good, we're punching through the clouds here. Oh, don't know if we got like some kind of updraft there, or whether the trim was just like going a bit crazy. All right, cool. Let's get settled in that climb. We're just about on that radial. I think the trim seems to be just overdoing itself. Alright, let's get the gyro pilot in anyway, make our lives a bit easier. Okay, and we'll just trim it down a teeny bit and go to localizer mode, and we'll get it to fly onto that radial. Okay, beautiful. We're not going to get to see any of Iceland, unfortunately, because we're above the clouds already. Hey, we've got B58340I. Somehow managed to get in front of us already. Okie dokie, so we're just getting settled in this climb here, and then we can run our climb checklist. Okie dokie, let's get it trimmed properly. Oh, we've lost a bit of power there. I'm not sure if that was my throttles rolling back. So we want 40.6 on the manifold. God, these throttles are a bit funky. And 2400, there we go. Okie dokie, so we're now flying outbound on the radial that we want it to be. So that's looking good. Alright, great stuff. Quick check of the temperatures, all looking good. If anything, the cylinder head temperatures may be a little bit high actually. So, which is bizarre really, because generally they tend to get colder as you get higher. So let's I'm just going to close, sorry, I'm just going to open them by a little click here, like so, and we'll retract and turn off the landing lights. We'll also turn the fuel boost pumps off. We'll turn the automatic feathering off as well, and we can turn the seat belts and no smoking off. Everybody can pipe up now as they wish, as they would have done on a flight like this. Temperature is just below 0, so let's turn the vinyl warming up a little bit. We'll turn the prop de-icer off because it looks like we're through any of the moisture now. Let's just make sure we keep correcting that. Everything else looks pretty good. Temperatures and pressures all looking good. Pressurization is looking fine. And yeah, all looking very nice indeed. Okay, so climb checklist. ADI is off and always was off. Gear is retracted. Lights are off there. Flaps are up. You can see those indicated right here. Landing lights are retracted and off. We can actually turn the motors off as well now. Signs are off. Auto feather is off. Cylinder head temperatures are checked. Supercharger oil and temperature is checked. Pressurization is checked. Superchargers we're not going to need today, and that is the after takeoff climb checklist completed. And we're losing our manifold pressure here. I'm going to just keep nudging that forwards. I think I need to adjust my sensitivity a bit on that. But we're looking good, sailed at 165 knots in the climb here. And it's looking beautiful. Got Samuel over there. We've got a little glimpse down to scenery below. Where's this other DC-6 gone? It disappeared. Nevertheless, I'm glad Samuel could join us anyway. This is a super nice livery, isn't it? It's just so clean. Super simple on the colours, nothing too garish. Very cool. Okay, So we are gonna level off at 11,000. That's gonna be our cruise for today. So we can actually set our altimeter to standard pressure now as well. So we'll set that to 1013, like so. There we go. And I'm going to start to reduce that climb rate now as we approach our level off. Let's just trim forwards to about just under 500 feet per minute. And that's looking good. So we're going to be following outbound on this VOR for its full range, basically for 130 nautical miles, and then we're going to switch over to the Ing VOR. I'm not sure the exact name of it. We have got some high clouds ahead though. Might be an idea to climb. Oh, there's the other DC-6. Amazing. Might be an idea to climb a bit higher, to be honest. Those clouds are definitely looking higher than us, aren't they? Yeah, let's do that. Let's continue our climb up. Let's continue our climb up so we're a bit higher than those clouds in front. Hey Teddy, welcome to the chat on Twitch. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. What's the max ceiling on it? 25k. I think it's somewhere around that figure. Somewhere around that. I don't actually know the ceiling on it, to be honest. I could probably check in the POH, but off the top of my head, I don't actually know it. I mean, for pretty much every flight I've done so far, it's been around. I've flown somewhere between 10 and 20. And I've only done relatively short flights in it, so I've not really had any need to go that much higher. But yeah, I think it's around 20 to 25, somewhere around that. Someone in chat might be able to say what the service ceiling is. Alright, what else can we do now, just while we're climbing out here? We can turn the hydraulic bypass off. Make sure I don't forget that on the descent. What else can we do? I think we're pretty much set, really. Let's just have a quick check of the temperatures. So there's still in the head temperatures, they're coming down a little bit now. Carburetors are very, very cold, minus 20 degrees. That's fine though. Outside air temperature is just over minus 10. All of the indications look good. Manifold pressure is dropping down again. Let's just keep topping that up there. Okay. Great stuff. I think it's time to increase the supercharger turbine. Not just yet. Not just yet. I mean, you don't generally put the superchargers on until you're above 16,000 feet. We're only at 12.5 at the moment, and I've still got some travel left in the throttles. So you've got plenty of power still available to us. There's no real need to put the superchargers on just yet. I'm just trying to clear these clouds, that's all, and then we'll probably just we'll probably descend after we pass the clouds. Eventually we're gonna actually get past these clouds, and it's gonna clear up, I think, according to the weather. So we should be able to do that at some point. But yeah, you are right. Once we can't increase the manifold pressure anymore, we shall switch to using superchargers. I may just trim up a little bit as well, because this climb is going quite slowly. These clouds are extremely high, aren't they? Holy. I think we're actually going to miss these main clouds at the highest by the looks of things. Although these are looking pretty high still. I don't know. let's get a little bit more of a climb on here. Yeah, I love this aircraft. Looks so good. So nice looking. Beautiful. So we're currently at 14,500 feet. We're a little bit higher than what we anticipated initially. I think my limit is probably going to be, let's say 17 maybe? I don't know. These are some high clouds. We might just be able to skim through the top of them. Let's see how it goes. Oh, there we go. There we go. Throttles are all the way forward now. We can't reach our climb power. So we are going to have to go to superchargers now. Let me just see if the actual power setting changes if you're on high blower. Okay, so it's the same RPM, and yeah, it would still be around. Yeah, it's still going to be It's going to be 40 inches rather than 41. In fact, it might even be less than that. It might be 39 because the carved temperature is extremely cold up here. Okie dokie. Let's see if I can remember how to actually put these on high blower. So, I believe you put the fuel booster pumps on, if I remember correctly. You would also need to reduce the manifold pressure to about 20 inches. Manifold pressure's at 20. And we'll just flick the superchargers on. We'll go with 1 and 3 first. Yeah, that's looking good. Okay, cool. And then 2 and 4. And then we can bring the power back up to 40. Probably didn't need to drop the manifold pressure quite so much, really. Alright, so we'll sit at just over 39 there. 2400 on the RPMs. Beautiful. And we're climbing up. We're still going to hit these clouds here. Let's get the prop de-icer on. And carburetor temperature is actually out the icing range, so that's great. We probably don't even need the prop de-icer, to be honest, at this temperature. Minus 20, so we'll leave it on anyway. Alright, and we're climbing up here. We're still going. I know I said 17 was going to be my limit, but let's see if we can just get to the top of these clouds. These are some high clouds right here. Let's check the cylinder head temperatures. Now we're on high blower. They've gone up quite considerably, but nothing too dangerous. Let's just open the cowl flaps a little bit further. There we go, that's looking a bit better. Woo, look at that. Holy. Wow. These are some big, big clouds. Look at that. Wow. Crazy. See how it looks from the passenger's perspective. Oh, what happened there? Forgetting my keybinds here, sorry about this. There we go. Alright, there we go. Let's try and level off here. Wasn't paying attention to the speed there. We lost a little bit of speed, but I think we're still good. Alright, and now we can accelerate. Okay, checking those cylinder head temperatures, they're looking fine. Yeah, everything looks good really. We can turn the prop de-icer off as well. And yeah, we're going to cut through these clouds a little bit at the top here, but I think we're just going to have to deal with it. Look at that. Wild. It's like a valley of clouds. Okay. Still climbing a bit here. This aircraft just wants to climb when it's on high blower by the looks of things. I can't get the trim down, come on. There's also a chance there may be some sort of updrafts coming through these clouds, lifting us up a bit, maybe. So we've done 66 miles so far. Alright, let's just try and get ourselves bob on to 19, just to keep things tidy here. Okay then, this is quite... Holy crap! Oh my lord, these are some clouds right here. Holy... Wow. Okay. Anyways, we can probably run the cruise checklist just about now. So, we'll go auto lean on the mixtures. I'm actually going to lock the mixtures as well while we're at it, so I can't accidentally knock any of the engines off. Hydraulic bypass is off, fuel system is set. We're only using the main tanks today. Inverters, we can actually reverse those now, so we'll turn the number 2 inverters off. Pressurization, we'll just double check that. All looking good. I actually didn't change this right here, which is a bit silly of me. So we've got a cabin altitude of about what is that? 7,600, 7,550. So that's not too bad, I suppose. I've passed through 19 again. Dear Lord. What happens if I actually move this now? Is it gonna repressurize? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's great. Let's do that then. Getting a little bit bumpy in the clouds here. Let's maybe turn the seatbelt signs on. Can't get us back to 19. It's just we're just getting bumped about. Come on now. Okay, so cowl flaps we could do with, oh god, they're getting a bit warm. Cylinder head temperatures just above the green arc there. We are in cloud as well, aren't we? So we could definitely do with putting the prop de-icer on. Just over minus 20 degrees, so yeah, we'll leave the prop de-icer on, and I'll put the airfoil heater on as well, just to be extra careful. Okay, there we are at 19, so let's just try and get it bang on. Come on. There we go. It's super hard to make fine adjustments while I'm in these clouds here, so we're getting bumped about, and it's just it's proving very difficult. There we go. Let's just stick the altitude control on and see. That wasn't too bad. Okie dokie, great stuff. Perfect. Well, we're really in the clouds here, aren't we? We've got a bit of a crosswind as well, look at that. In real life I would trade speed for altitude with weather like that, so fly slower but high rate of climb to avoid weather, if that makes sense. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I was kind of, I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting the clouds to get a little bit more, a little bit tamer by now, but they seem to be persisting quite, yeah, persisting to be quite menacing. Press B and we'll level correctly at flight level 190. Yes, yeah, I'm aware of that one. You want to go above the weather if you can, don't want to be in the clouds, no radar. Yes, you're probably right. Well, you are right. I'm just going to hang on a tiny bit longer and see if we can break out of them. But if it continues like this, yeah, I think we'll do a bit more of a climb. I'm just conscious that we're obviously using high blower here, which is, you know, increasing the fuel flow. We didn't really anticipate that we were going to go this high. So I'm just a bit concerned with that. Originally we were only going to go to 11,000. Those clouds in real life would make the flight very comfortable for everyone. Yeah, I could see that. Like, we're bouncing about all over the place at the moment. See what the cylinder head temperature's looking like. They're all in the green now, so that's fine. I'd be more concerned flying in this weather being 10 miles, of course. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose this is the I suppose it's a bit of a simism, isn't it? You don't have to be quite as concerned about the comfort and of the ride and the plane as much. But yeah, we're definitely going to be doing a climb momentarily. I think this is it doesn't look like it's clearing up, does it? Okay. Oh god, look at the clouds up ahead. They're so still extremely high. Alright. Let's carry on then. Let's climb up then, and we'll go for about a... We'll try and punch out of them as quick as possible. So I believe the fastest climb speed you can do for a DC-6 I think is 140. So let's go for 140 on the climb. Or the most expeditious climb rate, I think, would be the better way to put it, I suppose. My throttles are like slipping. Okay, let's keep going up. Open the cowl flaps a little bit more. Wow. Wow. This is nutty. I might even, to be honest, go off course a bit here. Let's go to gyro pilot and let's take a right turn here. Okay, so take a right turn and maybe we can try and avoid this big grey cloud off to the left here. There we go, that's a bit better. I'm going to avoid that thing. And then hopefully we should be able to get above here by the time we get there. Hopefully. Oh no, the VOR stopped working. Oh no, it hasn't. Okay. We're good. Oh yeah, we've got a good climb rate going on now, I think. It looks like we might just make it above those. Haha, damn. This is some crazy weather here in Iceland today. All about comfort and safety, yeah, it certainly is, Peter. Okay, cool. We can probably turn the de-icer off now. That's fine. Here we go then, guys. 22,000 feet. We are approaching. I'm going to have to wind this one up as well. Oops. I'm going to have to wind this up a bit more. Let's set this up to maybe 25. Cabin altitude is climbing about 9,400 feet at the moment. Alright, I think we're still right on the tops of these clouds. Oh, manifold pressure is creeping down there. Oh dear, we're right at the end of my travel even on high blower. Yeah, we're gonna have to stop the climb there. I don't think we can climb any higher than that at this weight. I'll have to go to 23. Oh dear. Oh dear. Alright, so 110 miles anyway from the VOR. Let's see how it looks out the window actually. Yeah, we can probably, I don't know if it's going to make too much of a difference whether we're on our track or not due to the height of the clouds here. I've gone past my level off again. Right, let's turn left a bit then and head on back towards our radial. We should be picking up the other VOR now. Actually no, but I might be a bit further. Alright, well, I hope these clouds disappear at some point. Somehow on self-loading cargo I've got 100% satisfaction. I have no idea how that is. I have zero clue how that is. Usually they're not impressed when you have to have the seatbelt signs on for an extended period of time. Okay, let's level off there. Yeah, we're right in the tops of these clouds now. We just can't get higher, unfortunately. That's a bit sad. Well, we're just going to have a bit of a bumpy ride for a while, I think. See if we can get back onto that radial before we lose signal from this VOR. Oh, there we go. We've just picked up the other VOR now as well. Alright, okay, so we've got about 8 miles before we lose the VOR that we're on. We want 112.40 now, so let's just switch that over. And we want to be on the inbound radial. It's basically the same as what we were already on, so we've just about reached it, so we'll switch back to localizer mode and fly inbound. Okay, we're still struggling to pick up speed here, unfortunately. Probably because we're so high at this weight. We're absolutely, yeah, we're struggling for power here. Let's see how we get on. Definitely going to leave the seatbelt signs on for a little while here though. Okay, so we're going to follow this VOR inbound. As you can see, the distance is coming down now. And then we're going to turn out to a heading of 137. I am just going to have to... Let's see, can we do it this way? Getting my nav log so I can actually sort of annotate it and whatnot while we're on the while we're on the go here. My god, so much stuff open at the moment. Let's just go here. Nav log. Right, okay. Okay, the problem is with the fact that we're at this altitude now is that the nav log is taking into account all the winds at 11,000, not 23,000. So I might have to just adjust that. Bryce, Alan, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Perhaps reducing the prop RPM may help increase speed. That could also help. Yeah, let's try it. We could try putting cruise RPM in, which is going to be 2400. Well, 2000, sorry. In fact, no, I just need to check in the POH, don't I? Because we've changed our altitude now. So 1100 cruise at high blower. It doesn't even have a power setting in the... It doesn't even have a power setting in the POH for this altitude. Uh-oh. Bloody Iceland and its unpredictable weather. Let's see if it helps. Although on high blower it does say, let's see. It says 2300 RPM is the setting for this, well, for the next, for the highest for 20,000, which is basically where the charts go up to in the POH. But it's not really helping. I'm just going to stay at climb power, I think. Although we're not even reaching prime power right now because of our altitude. Dear oh dear. You know what we could do is, I believe this VOR we're flying into here is right over us. Oh no, it's not. Okay, never mind. But the problem is, I was going to say we'll try check the METAR for like a close by airport. Because that's a reasonable thing you could probably do, right? But there aren't any airports close by, really, that will have a METAR. We're all little tiny strips around here. God damn it. Okay. Oh, look. There's some clouds below us. Are we reaching the end of these really high clouds? It doesn't seem that way. Oh my god. It looks like there's maybe like 2 layers now, though. What do we reckon? Do we reckon we could do a descent? We kind of need to decide on an altitude at some point within the next 30 miles because we're going to need to get some relatively accurate wind for our dead reckoning. Waiting for Tuesday. Microsoft Flight Simulator releases on Xbox Series X and you have a Series S. Amazing, dude. Yeah, man. It's coming out, yeah. Going out on Tuesday, isn't it? It's going to be exciting times, I think. Try to descend 1,000 feet, see if it gets better. Yeah, I think that's probably best. Although we are heading east here, though, so wouldn't you descend to 21 rather than 22? Okay, so we are going to block this VOR momentarily, and then we need to switch to 137 on the outbound course. So let's just do that now. We'll put that in. There we go. The VOR is blocked. And then we are going to go to localizer, and then once it picks back up again, it's going to turn for me to 137. Okay, there we go. I mean, it is looking a bit better at this altitude, but we've got obviously these. My frame rate is absolutely dying in this area as well. I'm not sure why. But we've got these like clouds above that are like, they're kind of creating this sort of foggy effect, aren't they? I think I might try go to down to like 21. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're on the same page here, Peter. Yeah, I'm looking to go down to 210. And I think, is that the sea I see in the background there? I think we'll come into the end of this main sort of system here, I think. That might be the sea I can see. But, I mean, it is much less turbulent here, so can't complain. Picking up a little bit of speed as well, so that's nice. Yeah, I think we're coming to the end of this system, I think. It looks like it's clearing up a bit. Why my frame rate is being so funny. Yeah, I think that's the main system over there, isn't it? Yeah, look at this. I'm tempted to just carry on descending, really, and get as low as possible to these clouds, because it looks like we're kind of good ahead. I might go to, like, I don't know, we'll just keep going down and see how low we can get. Check those cylinder head temperatures. They're quite toasty, but they're still looking good. Let's just click them open one more time. Yeah, looking good. Yeah, we're definitely picking up speed now, which is nice. But yeah, is anyone else in the chat getting Microsoft Flight Simulator on Xbox when it comes out? Lewis, thank you very much for the follow over on Facebook. Hope you're well and having a fantastic week. Welcome to the stream. Amin as well, thank you very much for the follow. Malik and Anil, thank you very much as well. Thank you very much. Sorry, I missed the notifications earlier on. This is quite a hands-on experience we're having right now. Yeah, these clouds even below us here, they look quite thin. Let's just see how far we can get down here. Gonna turn the seatbelt signs off. I think we're looking pretty good. Everybody get your fags back out. Let's get the fuel boost pumps off as well. Forgot to turn them off after we switch to high blower. Alright, and seeing as though we're in a descent here, I'm actually going to go to cruise power. So let's just remind myself what the power setting was. 31.9 and 2000 RPM. In fact, let's not do that because we don't know what altitude we're going to be at just yet. But it's looking pretty decent weather ahead. I do enjoy flying this thing though. You just learn so much more than what you know, I suppose when you're in a more modern aircraft, there's certain things that you sort of take for granted a little bit. But in this aircraft, you kind of have to, you know, you have to use your brain a bit more, don't you? Really. I mean, not that you don't have to use your brain in a modern aircraft, but when you're in a flight sim, obviously, it can be, sometimes you can just set and forget because you know nothing's going to go wrong. Whereas in here, certainly have a lot more to manage. checking those cylinder head temperatures. They're cooling down a bit now, so I'm just going to close the cowl flaps a little bit. Let's see how we're looking out the window. Yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. Okay, so we've done 28 knots, nearly 28 nautical miles. Maybe easier in a modern airliner, but things go a lot faster compared to a DC-6. Yeah, very true. Very true. Very true, but in like a sim context, this is it's a lot harder flying this because it's not really designed to be flown by one person, is it? I suppose neither is a modern airliner, but even more so, I guess, in this aircraft. Right, so let's start attempting to do our dead reckoning then. So I'm just going to use the original flight plan for now. This may be a bad idea, but let's see how this goes. So we'll switch over to Gyropilot now, and we are going to turn to a heading of 147, which we probably should be on already. Let's see. Yeah, we're just about on 147 anyway. And let's just start the stopwatch. So hello? There we go. Okay. Let's start the stopwatch, and we want to go for 7.2 minutes. Alright, great stuff. Alright, here we go then, guys. Time to get lost over the ocean. Alright, so this nav aid is going to disappear in probably about 5 miles, and then we're just going to be going by the stopwatch and the heading. Dylan, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's open up the cowl flaps a little bit, getting a bit toasty again. I swear I've never flown with the cowl flaps open like this at this altitude before in this aircraft. Okay, so we're actually making some good progress descending here. Like, the further we get, the clearer it's getting, but there is clouds up ahead, so I may just stop the descent. I think at 17. I think that's probably going to be wise. We could also just adjust this as well. Okay, we're looking good. There we go, nav aid's gone now. No further nav aids available to us. How good is this stopwatch actually going to be for us? It's going to be very awkward, isn't it, using this stopwatch potentially. I might have to just use my phone or something as a stopwatch instead, but see how we get on anyway. Okay then, so let's just reduce that rate of descent. Get a nice smooth level off here. And then I think we've picked up enough speed to sort of consider going to cruise power. Razman, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well and having a fantastic week. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm a bit confused as to why the streaming overlay is not working today, but hey ho, what can you do? Might be a dodgy version of Sim Toolkit. Alright, let's not forget about doing my level off here. In the US you should have changed to Q&H already, but I guess this is not US airspace. No, we're in European airspace. We're just south of Iceland. Okie dokie, there we go. Now, I'm not going to use the altitude hold mode here because can be a little bit funky when you're below 18,000. So I'm just going to sort of hold myself there on that trim setting. Okay, let's see how we're doing here on the timer. We've done about nearly 5 minutes here. Okay. Nicely clearing up here. But we've definitely got some clouds in front. But I think this altitude should be good actually. Let's try use the altitude hold. Let's just see what it does. This is probably going to spring me up, if you know what I mean. Let's just see what happens, and then we can adjust for that. Alright, let's see how our fuel's looking anyway. So when we left the last waypoint, we should have had 30,000 pounds on board. Let's see how we're getting on. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. We've used a ridiculous amount of fuel here because we've because we've had to use high blower for such a long time. All right. Okay. Let's reduce our power down here. Reduce out. I'll leave the prop where it is for now. I'm actually going to switch to low blower. And then we can bring this back up. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, so we're on 6 minutes 30. Wait. Yeah, 6 minutes 30. So we need to, actually we're just going to keep on this heading for a while actually. We've got to keep on this heading for a while. Let's just check we're actually on the right heading still. We've gone a little bit to the left, so I'll adjust that in a second. Alright, let's restart this stopwatch. There we go. So 7.7 minutes for this next leg. And we're gonna have to sort the blowers out now. This is not good actually, is it? Really, we're running out of fuel pretty drastically. Let's do a bit more of a descent here. Let's just fix this heading a little bit while I'm at it. Just do a very slight bank. Now then, the question is, how far away are we from the Faroe Islands? Can we see them? We cannot. Because we're probably going to be closer to the Faroe Islands at this point than actually going back to Reykjavik. Although I don't know. This is not looking good, folks. I'm not gonna lie, this is not looking good. We'll just stick on low blower, keep that fuel consumption down. Let's close up the cowl flaps a little bit here. Safdar, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're well and having a fantastic week. Welcome to the stream. Oh. Are they actually on it? I can't tell. There we go. Yeah. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. I don't want to cheat and like top up the fuel mid-flight. But I kind of don't want to have to divert either, if you know what I mean. I don't really want to just you know, have to either ditch it in the sea or divert somewhere. To be quite honest, I'm not sure what to do. See how we're doing on that timer. Okay, we're not doing too badly. Salman and Iceland, thank you very much for the follows. Hope you're well and having a fantastic week. Welcome to the stream. Actually, I'm checking the wrong flight plan here in terms of fuel flow. So we should have left Ing with 9.7 thousand pounds on board. So we're not actually as far off as I thought we were. I think I just read the wrong thing. So we're not doing actually too terribly. So we might be okay actually. Fuel flow, however, Peter, is at the moment just under 500 pounds per hour. About 450. About 450, just over 450. I'd probably estimate 500 just to be safe. 500 pounds per hour. And I think that's probably going to reduce now. There we go. So we want to be at a slightly lower power setting for our cruise. And to be fair, I could actually use a lower cruise power setting. £500 per engine per hour. Correct. So we should be good then, really, shouldn't we? We've got what, about 2 hours left? £7,000. £2,000 per hour. Yeah, we should be good, really, shouldn't we? Honestly, I'm panicking. I don't know if you can tell. Look at this though, the weather's clearing up nicely for us here. Pablo says, lean the engine's fuel air mixture to the stoichiometric mixture, lean the engine until the temperature decreases a bit. Yeah, so in the DC-6, the mixture controls they're automatic, so we have them on auto lean at the moment, and you can't vary it any more than that. It's either auto lean or auto high or idle. So we've got them on low, so that's as much as we can really do for the mixture. Just keeping an eye on my cylinder head temperatures here. So 7 minutes. Okay, cool. I'm going to reset this one again. There we go. We're slightly off on our heading. Oh, what happened there? Let's fix our heading. About there should do it. It's so difficult to tell with this compass. Why does it keep doing that? It keeps just flicking it keeps changing the switch on its own. Look at that. It just keeps going to approach on its own. Please stop. Right, we're about 145 here. It's so difficult to just get 2 degrees over. It keeps disconnecting. I don't know why it's doing that. There we go, that should do it. That's about 147, isn't it? Okay, let me just bring up my navlog again. Okay, so this leg now is going to be a 10-minute leg. Okay, you may want to consider shutting down and feathering 1 or 2 engines, depending on the existing gross weights. I think we're going to be okay on fuel, honestly. If we took on board £30,000, we didn't take £30,000. I read the wrong figure before. So when I refer to £30,000, oh wait, no, I don't know. I think on my navlog that I got from Sky Vector, I think I put in the wrong fuel figure. That's all. And then I cross-checked that with my actual flight plan that I used all the figures for the fuel on, and it seems to marry up a little bit better. I think we're okay, honestly. I don't think we're going to need to shut anything down just yet. I think we're going to be okay. I tell you what I am looking forward to, though. I am looking forward to seeing what our actual track is across the ocean here after this is all done. We can actually reduce the manifold pressure a little bit more as well here. I'm actually going to just turn the DME off now. This is distracting. I keep looking at it. I suppose what we could do preemptively is just tune in the Stornoway VOR, even though we're absolutely miles away. I suppose we could leave that on just to see if it you know, just so we can have it flash up when it is in range. If I've done the right tracks and timings, I'll be surprised how accurate it is. Yeah. I mean, this is also, you know, a relative rank amateur at this, so I will be impressed if it's quite accurate. All right. Beautiful. Look at this. Goodbye, horrible weather in Iceland. Alright, let's just reduce the descent rates and level off at 11. Jake, 9 o'clock. Oh yeah, I think I just caught a glimpse of you there. That's amazing. Where's the other DC-6 gone? I didn't quite catch their name. I don't know if they're still with us or not. I don't see them. VOH low power setting VME P138 RPM 2050 will give fuel flow about 460 an hour. I mean, we're pretty close to that. We're pretty close to that. I mean, that is basically what we're on, almost. We're at 140, and just, I think we're on 2,000 RPM. Well, it should be anyway. There we go. And that's the 1100 cruise, 1100 RPM cruise power, and we're getting just over 400. 400 pounds per hour. So yeah, we're looking good. We are looking good. Let's see if we can see Samuel out the window. There we go. Love to see it. Get a little screenshot of that one. Okay, great stuff. Still on the right heading, looking good. I mean, I think we're maybe 1 degree off. Trouble is with using this this kind of compass, it's I suppose it's just a bit difficult to get it exactly right on the heading that you want, really. Maybe give us a little bit of a. I swear this knob just keeps moving on its own. There we go, that should be fine. Beautiful. Approaching 11,000 feet now. Let's start to bring that descent rate down. Still in the air temperatures are looking good. Everything's looking good. Alright. Perfect. Come on, let's get to this level off. I could really do with just nipping out for a second. And then our next leg after this one, we're going to be turning to a heading of... we're actually still going to hold this heading for a bit longer. Looking good. Great stuff. Okay, so approaching that level off. Right, I'm going to just test this here. Let's just put altitude control on. It's probably going to swing us up and down like crazy. Oh no, it's actually okay. Interesting. Alright, let's just go a little bit further down then. Oh, have we got 10 minutes? There we do. Let's just reset that. There we go. Okay, and altitude control on. Okay, there we go. Great stuff. So we've got another 7.5 minutes for this leg. Alright, cool. Great stuff. I am just going to nip away from the computer for a few minutes. And I will be back. There we go. Future references the DC-6 manual. Oh, is this the actual real manual? What is this? That doesn't look like a manual to me. Right, I will be back in just 2 minutes, guys. Alright, we're back. How are we doing? How are we doing? Let's see. About 4 minutes on the time. Let's see what the cylinder head temperature looking like. They're a bit warm. What is the outside air temperature here? It's about 0 degrees. So not actually terribly terribly cold. Everybody give Samuel a wave. Don't know why Lincoln with you. Let's see. Let's see. Oh wow, okay, so that's an Averts air cargo operating manual. Oh, that's amazing, dude. I will check that out. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, that's really cool. I mean, we have, with the PMDG DC-6, we have a pretty good manual in there already. But truth be told, I haven't scoured every page, so yeah, there's probably some stuff I may have missed. But I will take a look. That's really cool. Thank you, Pablo. What's your background? Are you a flight simmer? Are you a pilot? You seem to be very well versed on the DC-6. Okay, cool. We are looking good then. So let me see if I can estimate roughly where we are. All right, so we should be coming up sort of a beam, sort of the north tip of the Faroe Islands off to the west. At the end of this leg. But we're probably not going to be able to see them because of the cloud over there. Maybe we can see, maybe that's them just under there, maybe. It's very difficult to see. We could also just pop outside and do a bit of this. Oh, hey up. Haha, amazing. Oh, I've got the American Airlines air freight livery going on there. Nice. I gotta love that orange on the American liveries. So good on these old school liveries. They should have kept the orange. Alright, let's do a bit of a cheat here. Let's see. Ah, no, it's just going blurry. Yeah, no, I can't really see anything. Retired from American Airlines and TWA. That's amazing, dude. Awesome. Well, glad to have you in the chat anyway. Glad to have you. Let's see what we're on the timer. Yeah, just past our 7 minutes 30. So let's give this a reset. And just keeping track on here. So, still continuing on this heading for another 5 minutes. Oh well, we're still going to be continuing on this heading for quite some time here. I think I'm going to just roll us a little bit to the right, just to get a bit closer on. There we go. I think that should do it. Might even be worth just going a little bit past that heading. Just because I feel like we've been a little bit left of the course that we need to be on for a short while. There we go, I think that'll do it. Cool. Great stuff. Great stuff. What kind of aircraft did you fly then, Pablo, if you don't mind me asking? But I'm glad you're enjoying the content anyway. I do enjoy flying the DC-6 in the simulator. It's just yeah, it's just got to be one of the most well done aircrafts in this sim. And on top of that, it's quite a big challenge. It's introduced me to a lot of stuff that you just don't really do when you're flying, you know, other airliners in this sim. So yeah, really enjoyable. Amazingly, on page 246 of the manual, they show a cruise performance chart for a 2-engine cruise. That is amazing, yeah. That is very cool. I'm actually wondering right now if they actually have that stuff in the PMDG manual. So PMDG is, I don't know how familiar you are with flight simulation, but PMDG are the people who sort of developed this digital version of the aircraft. Yeah, I'll have to have a look another time. There's many pages to go through. Alright, let's see how we're doing here. Boeing 727, oh amazing, MD-81, 767, 321, Learjet, citation and engineer on the 727. Wow, amazing dude, that's quite a range of aircraft there. Very cool. What was your favourite? What was your favourite aircraft to fly? Check my heading here. Yeah, we're looking good. Okay. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Samuel out the window there. It's a shame other people could join for this flight, but I did want to keep it on live players, as I'm sure you guys can understand. It's so much cooler when you can all fly along together and have exactly the same, weather, time, and lighting conditions. In my opinion. The MD-80 or 81, a real man's airplane. Yeah, awesome dude, amazing. I don't blame you. Very cool looking aircraft. Never been on one myself, but very cool. Real wires and pulleys. That's the real fly-by-wire, isn't it? Yeah, I remember on stream we actually flew the Blurrio 11 on stream, and that was quite a fun one to title up the stream. Brand new fly-by-wire aircraft. because it was brand new to the simulator at the time. Hey Sean, or Helldiver, how you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. It's been a while. Thank you very much for the 100 stars. And for the 50 stars as well, dude. Thank you very much, very generous. But yeah, doing very well, thank you, mate. Doing very well. How are you doing? Okay, so we're coming up to our end of that leg there, so I'm just going to reset the stopwatch here and start that again. So we've got another about the same amount of time to go. Unfortunately, the navlog, for some reason, it gives the time to go in like a decimal format, which is a bit strange. But I think we're going to be good, hopefully. Yeah, so staying on the same heading. For a little bit. But yeah, Sean, I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. Welcome, welcome. Have you managed to, have you flown the DC-6 in sim yet? I've unfortunately not caught you streaming in a little while. Oh dear. Yeah, it's a shame we can't see the Faroe Islands, really. That'd be quite useful to, you know, somewhat approximate my position. There is actually an add-on you can get for this simulator now, where it basically acts as like a sextant, so you can obviously use celestial bodies to navigate with as well. And that looks quite cool, but I think there's quite a bit more to learn to that before I can actually effectively use it, so I decided we'll just go with Dead Reckoning today, and then you know, maybe in the future I can try and learn how to use the sextant properly and do that in combination. We're looking good. All the temperatures are looking fine. Yeah, we're chilling. Still got a good amount of fuel. I definitely did panic earlier on when it came to the fuel. Definitely panicked way too much. It's been a pleasure sharing part of your flight. Great job. Before I go, I have Microsoft Flight Sim. How do you get this airplane? That is a good question. You would need to go to PMDG.com. I'll get the link for you actually and just drop it in the chat. So PMDG.com, and then if you go on their shop, well, it's actually right on their homepage there, but I'll paste a link in for you. There you go. So if you click on there, you should be able to you have to. I mean, it costs money for the aircraft, but I think for what it is very reasonable, and I would personally not hesitate in recommending it to anyone really. The level of simulation in this aircraft is just brilliant, really. It's just brilliant. Headsman 777, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Awesome, Pablo, dude. Enjoy the DC-6. I'm sure you will. It is amazing. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Alright, we're coming up to resetting the timer again. And then we've got another 6.8 minutes on the same heading. There we go, let's reset that. And then keeping on this heading. How are you doing, Hetman? Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Currently navigating across the ocean with nothing more than a stopwatch and a compass. I'm so intrigued to see how on track we are here. Because we're kind of halfway into the crossing now. About halfway across. Temperatures are all looking good. Yeah, we're absolutely golden at the moment. Passengers are super happy as well. For some reason it thinks we're on the descent, but I'm not really sure why the passenger satisfaction is so high, to be honest. It's usually not like this. Usually they're pretty harsh. So I don't know if it's like bugged out or something, but nevertheless, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. I wish you could see, like, when you go into the cabin in this aircraft, for some reason the glass doesn't show. Looks like quite a nice calm ocean down there, actually, doesn't it? Not seeing any white horses. Alright, so cloud's definitely increasing as we get closer to the UK here, but thankfully it doesn't look like the cloud base is actually too high, so we shouldn't have to change our altitude again. We might be landing in slightly IMC, maybe, we'll see. We can actually have a quick check at the METAR. Now, I don't believe there is actually a METAR at the airport we're going to, so we'll have to choose somewhere close. Also there could be, let's check, EGPK. Okay, there is. Oh, it's looking good. No clouds. No clouds at all. Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. Hey, Ramsey, thank you for the 500 stars, dude. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Hope you're not working. Ismail, welcome.
Hey,
thank you very much. Awesome, dude. Thank you very much. Ismail, thank you very much for the follow as well. Hope you're well and having a fantastic weekend. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Marino, welcome to the chat, brother. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. How's it going? It's going very well, thank you. Yeah, very well. How are you doing? Hope you've not been doing too much digging today. Currently on our way over the ocean between Iceland and Scotland. I'm praying that I'm on course here. We're just using Dead Reckoning to get across. No digging today. Glad to hear it, dude. But yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful weather out here at 11,000 feet. Unfortunately, it was absolutely dire weather over in Iceland, which is now long gone, thankfully. But we're looking good. Still on the same heading as what we pretty much were when we first left Iceland. But we will need to make a turn fairly soon. In fact, the next leg we are going to have to make a little turn. You missed DC-6. Roll on Tuesday indeed, man. Can't wait. Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm very intrigued to see how it all goes down, to be honest. So, is that 7 minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Sometimes a bit difficult to tell. Alright, okay, so let's restart the timer again. And we're going to turn to 149er. I think we're actually more or less on 149er. But I'm just going to give us a little bit of a bank to the right, just to get us just a little bit closer on there. There we go, I think that should do it. Yeah, there we go, that's perfect. So we've got about 8 minutes on this heading, and then we're going to make another turn to 155. Excuse me. You can also stream it again, yeah, on Tuesday, yeah. Amazing. Alright, I am wondering whenabouts we are going to pick up that VOR. Let's see. Not for a little while yet. Yeah, we've got another five legs to go until we pick up the VOR. We're not too far. We're over halfway across the ocean now. Over halfway across. I'm very, very excited to see how well we've done here on track. Fuel's looking good. Almost doesn't look like it's going down at this point. cylinder head temperatures are looking good as well. Let's see what it says on the tablet actually. Oil temperature is a bit high, but I find in cruise it nearly always says that the oil temperature is high, so I'm just going to ignore that. Fuel on board, yeah, it's fine. Since we stopped, you know, since we switched to cruise power, the fuel flow is so low, as you would imagine, really. But we're looking good. You think we're a bit left the track, Mike? What makes you think that? I think we're right. I think we're pretty close, to be honest. I think we're pretty close. But I think you're right though. If we are off track, I think we are definitely a bit left. I think, if anything. But I think we're pretty close, because the last couple of legs I've been compensating, because I kind of felt like we were a bit to the left, so I overcompensated with the heading. So I'm hoping that's brought us back onto track a bit. I'm hoping. I'm out for shared cockpit later. I don't know. I don't know, Mariner. Maybe. Excuse me. I'm not sure. Excuse me. God. I'm not sure. I will let you know. I'll let you know. Daniel, welcome. Welcome to the chat from Brazil. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, didn't mean to put that there. Hang on. Welcome to the chat from. To see you. I don't want to hear myself. Go away. Mariner, one question I do want to ask you actually. On your streams, like, as Facebook, can you not like put a thumbnail on there anymore? Because I noticed the option's there, but it doesn't actually ever work. I'm a bit confused, to be honest. Anyway, to keep you guys in the loop, here we are. This is our navlog that we've been following since we left the Iceland, basically. We're currently on this leg right here. This one. Oh no, I did not mean to do that. There we go. So we're currently on this one right here. If I actually do a bit of this, we're on this one right here. So as you can see, we're just over halfway across. And this is the Stornoway VOR. This is our last fix. So after this fix, we should actually pick up the VOR. So yeah, we're just on this leg for 8 minutes here, and let's see what happens. So we can actually go on, in fact, let's go on here. Tablets, there we go. So this is our route here. Obviously I can't see exactly where I am on this map, because I've got it turned off, but I think if I had to make a guess, I think our track is something like this. Actually, yeah, possibly something of that, a bit like this. Actually, no, I think it's possibly something like that at the moment. So I think we're just slightly off to the left, maybe. But there's also the possibility that we managed to salvage it and we're now like on it like this. So we'll see. We shall see. That's just me guessing though. We could be doing a lot worse. I'm being optimistic. I feel like I can see land in front of us. Is that land? I can't actually tell. I don't know if it's just the water being kicked up in different areas. Wouldn't have expected to see land that close just yet. Right, on 7 minutes, just coming up to 8 minutes. Alright, let's give this a reset. There we go. And we wanted to turn now to heading of 155. So we'll just gently bank. And level that off. Center us up. We didn't quite get to 155 there. Let's just give it a little nudge. There we go. That should do it. There we go. Bang on 155. We've got 7.7 minutes on this leg. Oh no, it's not land, is it? It's just the water. It looks so good. Like, these clouds look so realistic. They look like actual real clouds. It's crazy. Let's see. Is Samuel still with us? He is indeed. Amazing, dude. Love to see it. How are you doing, Samuel? Are you using the? Are you following me, or are you using GPS? What's your approach here? London calling. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Looking pretty stunning how the sun's coming through the clouds here. This lighting is just incredible. And you've got these big black clouds looming up here. Pretty magic, really. It's all on me. Oh no, so if I get lost, if I get lost, we're both screwed. Alright. How long is this leg again? This was basically 8 minutes. Basically 8 minutes. Maybe let's crack a little bit of lighting on the main panel. It's getting a bit dark now that sun's gone in. Let's see, did I leave the floodlighter on earlier actually? I think I did, there we go. Don't need that one on. Tune. Cabin altitude is quite nice and low now, considering we nearly got up to 10,000 feet earlier on. About 2,000, what is it now, 1,780. Chillin'. Beautiful aircraft this, absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. If it wasn't for this aircraft, you know, we probably wouldn't be doing stuff like this on stream. You know, doing like Dead Reckoning, VOR to VOR navigation, you know. I almost didn't buy this aircraft as well. I almost just thought, well, I'm not going to fly that much because it's a bit older and, you know, everybody likes a bit of a modern aircraft, you know. You know, I love the CRJ, I love the A320, but like, I can't get enough of this. It's just so good. Alright, so we just ticked over to 6 minutes there. Another couple of minutes, and then we are going to make a turn to 153. We're kind of on roughly the same heading for a little while here. We really don't have far to go though. Really don't have far to go until we should be starting to pick up that VOR. Only about 20 minutes, I think. My calculations are correct. Yeah, about 20 minutes until we pick up that VOR. See if my calculations are correct. I'm just checking the time. Let's see, about 5 past. About 5 past we should be picking up that VOR. Alright, so we're going to make a turn now to 153. So let's turn to 153 first. That's probably a better idea than resetting the timer. I think that should do it. There we go. So another 7 minutes on this heading. Another 7 minutes. I was watching a video on YouTube on the 747 and its many adaptations for various use. Obviously most famous for carrying Air Force One and the Space Shuttle, but one aircraft had a 5th turbine on its bulkhead. Interesting. I think I may have seen that one actually. I'm not sure. Is it Qantas who, like, I think Qantas have been known for transporting extra engines on their 747s. Portuguese Air Force in 2020, gave in 2020 the last DC-6 that was rotting away to be restored and displayed in the Museum of the Air in an airbase / museum in Sintra. That's amazing, dude. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. My brother lives in Portugal. I'll maybe have to hunt that that museum down next time I'm over there. Alright, so I'll tell you what I'm going to do is because yeah, so if I set this to, well, it's already set to 137. Oops, I definitely didn't mean to do that. 137. So there we go. Yeah, so this is going to be our indicator of how far we are off course, really. This is the inbound course we wanted to take, the inbound, yeah, course into the VOR. So we can judge how far we are off course once the VOR gets picked up. I'm gonna actually, seeing as though there's the most people watching on YouTube on Facebook, I can't actually do a poll on. Actually, you know what I could do? I could do a straw poll, couldn't I? Let's turn the music back down a bit. Straw poll. Okay, so which side? What's the question? Which side off course do you think I will be? Left, which is east, or right, which is west? Alright guys, I'm going to drop a poll in the chat if you guys want to vote on which way you think I'm going to be off course. Feel free, that'd be quite interesting, I think, just to do a bit of a guess. I personally think I'm going to be left of the course, like Mike said earlier on. I think that's probably going to be it. So I'm going to put my vote in. Feel free to get involved. Look at this lighting. Whew. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Holy, look at this, how it's just coming through, you know, in little pockets through the cloud. Amazing. Okay, so this leg, like I said, was it was about 8 minutes again, wasn't it? Tell you what, though. Let's see where Sintra is. Air Museum in Sintra. Oh, okay, cool. So it's not terribly far away from Lisbon, which is where my brother is. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I would love to see a DC-6 in real life. I wonder if there's one here in the UK actually, I'm not sure. See, has anyone voted on the straw poll? Let's see. Nobody's voted. Daniel, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well and having a fantastic week. Welcome to the stream. Clyde as well, thank you very much for sharing the stream. Apologies I missed that earlier on. Also saw a question on WWTB Millionaire, and answer was about Squawk 4-digit code. Is that only for aircraft from departure to arrival and temporary number? If I'm thinking right. Yeah, so I mean there's probably someone else in chat that can answer this maybe with a little bit more accuracy than I am, but a squawk code is essentially, it's like an identifier that ATC will give you. You know, when you get your clearance for your flight, you can, well, they'll basically just give you a squawk, and that's one way that they will use to identify you. So, for example, in this aircraft, obviously we're not really using the ATC in this sim at the moment, and we're not on VAT sim, so it's not really relevant. That's why I've not turned it on, but yeah, so yeah, you'd obviously put your squawk code in here, and yeah, it's just like a 4-digit identifier that ATC can use to sort of identify you on their radar scope. But as far as I'm aware, and again there may be someone else in chat that can answer this a bit better than me, is I think squawks are like, they're kind of, it's kind of an old way of doing things, and I don't think they're necessarily the primary way that an aircraft would be identified these days. Because of obviously new technologies and new radios and new transponders and whatnot. Yeah, I mean I assume in this aircraft this would probably be the only way, but obviously in modern aircraft it's a bit different. Okay, there we go. Another 8 minutes gone, so let's have a look. So we want to be 153 again. I think I went for an extra minute there by accident, to be honest. Don't know if I meant to do that. So 153, we are still on about on 153. I'm just going to correct us to the right a tiny bit, because I think we went a little bit longer than what we should have done on that heading. Okay. Also assuming there's more than 9,999 aircraft in the air, or is for like Shannon, Solent, etc., where there's probably a lot less. Yeah, well, I think a squawk code is based on, I think it would, you know, you would potentially get a different one if you went into a different, you know, airspace, for example. So, you know, I doubt there's ever, I mean, I don't know actually, that's a good question. Like if you went from Europe and you flew over to Australia, for example, I imagine you would probably get assigned a different squawk code on the way, potentially. I don't know, but I mean, the squawk code, like I said, you know, it's not necessarily, oh, I need to reset this, don't I? This could go all pear-shaped right at the end here. But yeah, like I say, you have to remember, you know, squawk codes, it's not the only way for an ATC controller to identify you. So, I don't know the answer to that one. Excuse me. Right. We're looking good. Everything's more or less static at the moment. There's nothing really happening on here. Cylinder head temperatures are good. Everything is... Oh, why are we banking? Uh-oh. What's happening? What the heck has just happened? Oh! Oh! Oh, we picked up the VOR. We picked it up! About 5 minutes before schedule, actually. But we picked it up. And we're to the left, as expected. I don't know why we started banking to the right then, though. That's a bit strange. Has this gone off? I can't... No, it's still working. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, there we go. So we're a little bit off course to the left, as expected, but let's see how far off course. Let's see how long it takes for this to come in. So we're flying at the moment about a, what's this, 16789, about 40 degree intercept. Sorry, 30 degree. So let's see. I'm not sure why it started suddenly banking to the right though when the VOR got picked up. That's very strange. You shouldn't do that. So I wasn't on localizer mode, I was on gyro pilot. Very strange. Nige B here, by the way. Cool. Cool, mate. Good to see you, Nige. Hope you're doing well. There's up to 20,000 aircraft in the air at any one time. Well, yeah, exactly. There you go. So yeah, I mean, it is probably dependent on various different airspaces for the squawk codes, but like I said, you know, I think squawk codes are a relatively old way of doing things, so I think yeah, there's definitely a lot of different ways that ATC can identify you, and I don't think they're just solely reliant on a squawk. Music, it's a big project, and PC for gaming. Good stuff. Yeah, I used to use a Mac for all my creative work. I'm a photographer, so yeah, I used to use a Mac for all my yeah, for my photography, basically, for my editing and whatnot. But I have since moved away from it. Really, I kind of got a little bit tired of a closed Mac system, and yeah, I think as much as I'm not really a fan of Windows, you know, it's okay. I think the closed system of a Mac is just a bit annoying, really. Once you start learning what you can do with a PC if you build it yourself, it's yeah, it becomes glaringly what's the word? I don't know. You can just see what they're trying to do, I suppose. Apple. You know, I do understand to a certain degree they want to make it user friendly, and so that you don't, you know, have to do a lot of troubleshooting and whatnot. But you know, the MacBook that I used to use you can't even change the RAM in it, and you used to be able to do that years ago when they first started doing the MacBook range. So wow, this radial's taking a few minutes to come in here, isn't it? We might have been a little bit further off course than I thought. But yeah, one thing I did find though is, I mean, I've been using Windows and Mac for a long time now. I do prefer Mac as an operating system. I think it is better. It's more intuitive, it's cleaner. It just functions better in my opinion than Windows. And a lot of people say Windows is better for productivity than Mac. And I think probably to some people it is, but to me, for the productivity I do, obviously I do photo editing, but I also, I run my own business, so I do, admin stuff on that kind of thing as well. So, like a few spreadsheets and, Word documents and whatnot. I honestly think Mac is better for that kind of stuff as well, to be quite honest. And like file management and things like that, it just feels better. I think the only thing that I think that Windows beats Mac in like every way possible is like gaming. But again, I'm not using Windows in the ways that some people might be using it, so my opinion may be totally invalid. But I'm just rambling at this point. Preference, I guess. Good for music. I agree. PC wise, yeah. I mean, yeah. Macs are really good for music. I used to use Logic and Ableton on my Mac. Yeah, really cool. Especially Logic. Yeah, I mean, Macs are more stable as well. So for doing, really large file size projects and whatnot, definitely feels a lot more stable. And the Adobe software as well, if that's what you're using. Oh my god, there's so many bugs in it on Windows, it's just untrue. Yeah, that sounds like a sick setup, mate, with the two curved monitors. That sounds really cool. Nice, dude. Okay, so this is not coming in. I think I'm going to go for a steeper intercept because I'm getting a little bit anxious to get on that radial, to be honest. Come on. Wait, am I actually... I'm going the wrong way here, aren't I? I need to go the other way, right? No, this whatever the autopilot did earlier where it started turning on its own, it's completely screwed up my bearings. I'm so confused now. So The VOR is pointing there off to the left. This is showing it's to my right. Interesting. It's possible I'm just being extremely dim right now. Oh dear, what's happened? Altitude controls come off. Right, okay, so starting to point in towards the VOR on the 150 radial. We want to be on the 137. Let's do a bit of this. Now then. Sometimes the simplest things can just confuse me. Still waiting for the Xbox to release. I want to try flight sim on that first hand. See if it's better as Microsoft machine. Been a few years since I last played. FSX was the last time. Awesome, dude. Yeah, I mean it's worth a try, 100%. Yeah, I mean you can get it on your Game Pass, can't you, on Xbox? Yeah, why not? Gonna just fix this altitude a little bit. We just drop down a little bit. Let's get back up there to 11. There we go. That's altitude control. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so we're on the 153, but we want to be on the 137. See if we can fix this. Wait, what is it doing? Alright, just having a look at my map there, just to see how much space we've got to descend. Plenty. I'm a little bit confused at this point, I'm not going to lie. I don't know why this heading isn't getting pulled. So if we're not flying towards a VOR, that our inbound course should change. Hey Paul, welcome to the chat, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Good to see you. We just made it over the ocean from Iceland to Scotland. Well, not quite in Scotland yet, but we've just made it over the sea using Dead Reckoning. I'm very pleased with myself. Right, okay. Now I know I'm going the wrong way, so I'm just gonna spin back round to where we were before. I knew I was on the... I knew I was going in the right way before, but I'm just confusing myself here. Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for asking. I'm very well. It's funny, like, we crossed the ocean with Dead Reckoning and it all went well, and I picked up the VOR and my head just stopped functioning properly. And I was unable to track a VOR properly. But I think we're getting there now. I think we're getting there. How's your weekend been, Paul? There we are, there's Samuel in front of us. I think he's probably continued on the proper route. Whereas I'm just over here, just getting all confused. Bit hungover, nice. Good night last night then. I'm just going to turn us a little bit more. I'm very anxious to capture this radial now, to be honest with you. Not that I suppose at this point it probably doesn't matter too much, does it really, if we're on the exact correct radial, as long as we fly inbound to that VOR and then turn to 167, then we should be fine. I think I'm just being a bit pedantic. Oh, someone's doing a 360. Oh, fair enough. Until you wait for me to find where I'm going. I like it, I like it. Done a few DC-6 flights recently, flew manually, no GPS, no AFA or realism settings on, etc. Awesome, dude. Glad to hear it, man. How did it go? How did it go? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come up here and just do 115.1. So both the arrows in the same spot, it's a little bit easier to see then. My God, when are you there? Probably in the next hour, I think. Off the top of my head, we've just made it across the ocean, so we're currently flying in towards the which VOR is it now? To the Stornoway VOR. So we're still off the north coast of Scotland, and yeah, we're currently flying inbound to the VOR. So we've made it over the ocean, okay. And we're just about to intercept. Well, we're trying to intercept our radial now. Starting to wonder if it's bugged, given people seem to have engine issues with realism off. Interesting. I don't know, mate. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I've had some issues in the past, but I think I found in the end that it was actually my own fault. So, yeah, I don't know. Still can't see any of Scotland though, unfortunately. Probably under these clouds somewhere. Just had a look in your logbook. Normally takes two and a half hours to Manchester. Nice. I mean, you'd probably be flying at nearly double this speed though. I imagine we're only flying at 180 knots. Sorry, 190. Yeah, potentially, yeah. It's still quite a bit slower though, isn't it? Alright, let's see how we're doing here. Where are we? Alright, okay, we're coming in. Oh my God, I must have been a fair bit further off course than I thought I was. Jeez Louise. Well, total airspeed is normally around 450 knots. Yes, there you go. Yeah, and to be fair, we also didn't like go in a straight line either. You know, I suppose I guess when you normally fly this route, you would probably fly more of a straight line, I imagine. Whereas we had to go sort of, I tried to keep us on radio nav aids as long as possible, so I've kind of given us a bit of an extra bit to do. And on top of that, you've also got me at the helm. And we had all that weather to contend with, so this is probably why we're slow. Herbert, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome over on YouTube. We'll get there in the end. We'll get there in the end. We're not too far away now, I suppose. Let's see how we're doing on fuel. We're doing okay on fuel after my panic earlier on. Cylinder temperatures are looking good. Yeah, Go on, I want to see some land. I want to see some land. It's been so long. Currently flying WSSS to KEWR, first ultra long haul flight I've done. Awesome, dude. How is it going? Are you doing it in the DC-6? Mott Scanley, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. How long until destination? Possibly about an hour, maybe. Here we go. Here's our radials coming in. Love to see it. Let's stick this on localizer mode anyway, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Wait, what is it doing? Is it gonna intercept it properly here, or is it just gonna fly around in a circle? Oh no, it's doing it. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. I remember when we flew in Africa and I put it on localizer mode when we were doing that approach, and it just ended up flying in circle. I don't think we ever actually did the debrief on that, did we? No, we didn't. So what radial are you on versus what I expected to be on? Well, when we first picked up the VOR, I think I can't actually remember exactly. I don't know if I even checked immediately, but I think we were quite a bit off. I think we were on like the 1.5. What was it? The 157, I think. 157. We should have been on 137. So yeah, a little bit off there. I think how people in IVOW does 10+ hour flights without getting bored. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think some people probably just leave the computer, don't they, for a while. You know, I suppose when you're in cruise, yeah, sometimes there's no controllers, so you can just leave the computer or just send them a message and just say, I'm stepping away, potentially. Spilling water here. Right, okay, so we've got 75 miles to go inbound to Stornoway. And then once we reach Stornoway, we are then turning to 167. And then, yeah, not far to go from there, really. Excuse me. Still can't quite see land. There, I've got a ground speed of 217 knots. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest, if many people are really putting the flight in by hand. I don't know why anyone would want to do that. I don't know why anyone would want to do that. Mike, thank you very much for the 50 stars, much appreciated. Very kind as always. How's the day job? Lots of work coming back in. Yeah, it's picking up a bit, certainly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's still not back to how it was, I don't think, but we're getting there. We're getting there. There's sim brief integration in the 747. Salty, yes, there is. Yeah. There is indeed. They actually just updated the Salty 747, so it includes the working title flight plan manager, which is absolutely amazing. So it can actually do holds now properly. It can properly do holds and various other types of legs that it couldn't do before, which is very cool. And as a result, they updated the SimBrief integration as well. So yeah, that's in there. But yeah, even if you don't have SimBrief integration, there's still no need to input, you know, transatlantic flight manually, because you can just run it on SimBrief and then export the flight plan format, and then most aircraft and most simulators will just take that and you can just bring it in from there instead. Is it integrated with update? What do you mean by that? Do you mean the Microsoft Flight Simulator update? Waiting for holds on the A32NX. Yeah, yeah, should be pretty soon, I imagine. Should be fairly soon. Working title flight manager for Salty. Yeah, I mean it's already in there. If you use the dev version of the Salty 747 mod, yeah, the working title flight plan manager is in there. Yeah. Nip over to the airport and start selling some aircraft pictures of the sideline. Yeah, I mean that's not a bad idea actually. Could be worth a try. It's certainly it's quite competitive though. There's so many people who try to make a living out of being an aviation photographer these days, you wouldn't believe it. Yeah, it's something I've spent quite a bit of time pondering actually. You know, like obviously a lot of aviation type photographs they're quite similar. You know, there's only so much you can really do without having access to walk around on the apron, or even you know, like I see a few people who get up in helicopters and they fly around, you know, close to the airport or over the airport to get some really cool angles. But there's only so much you can do, so it's so like so hard to like get in and, you know, become well known. Hope their version of Salty is not as buggy as A32NX. I mean, personally, I don't find the A32NX too buggy, really. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the bugs that people complain about are actually just base sim Asobo bugs that they're mistaking as part of the A32NX or part of Salty, because, you know, those mods, they're trying to kind of fix a lot of the weird bugginess that Asobo, you know, have in the sim by default. You know, there are some bugs, but what do you expect? It's a development, you know, it's a development version of an aircraft, so you can't really not expect bugs. It's just par for the course. If you don't want bugs, you need to use the stable version. Una, thank you very much for the follow, as well as, sorry I can't quite read that, but thank you very much for the follow nevertheless. Welcome to the stream, hope you're well. And strange nickname, I'm not sure if that was a nickname or not, I don't know. Nevertheless, people have all manners of different nicknames online, so, you know. I don't think it's really the place to be kind of making fun of people's nicknames. Downloaded Brandenburg. Nice. Nice. Yeah, it looks decent, that scenery. I assume you're talking about the Aerosoft Brandenburg. Well, 40 miles to go until we reach Stornoway, so we should start to see some small islands coming out underneath the clouds sometime soon. Oh, my throat. Excuse me. Like says, I go around the museum and take detail pictures from mod makers. Ah, I never really thought about that. That's very what's the word? That's quite yeah, that's just a good idea. Quite ingenious. Very cool though, very cool. I never thought of doing that. Ramsey, you fell asleep. Am I that boring? Am I boring you? Well, you'd be pleased to know anyway, I think you tuned in just as we were heading over the ocean from Iceland. I think that's when you tuned in, right? Well, you'd be pleased to know we've made it over the ocean without, you know, using our dead reckoning technique. And now we're tracking inbound to the Stornoway VOR just off the north coast of Scotland. Woke up on the same flight, yeah. Yeah, fair play, dude. Fair play. To be honest, I mean, no matter who I'm watching on stream or whatever, you know, when you sat there just laid down or whatever, it's easy to fall asleep. Alright, I am just going to step away for a couple of moments. Excuse me, let me just check the temperatures and whatnot before I go. All is looking well, yep. So I'm just going to step away for a couple of minutes and I'll be back with you shortly. Alright, back. Let's have a look. How are we doing? 16 miles to go until the VOR. Oh, land. Okay, come back. Look at that. Land! Beautiful! Flying over the island of Stornoway here. Love to see it. Scotland looks absolutely stunning in this sim. If you've never flown over Scotland in this sim, you really need to go check it out, guys. It's it looks so good. I mean, unfortunately we're not gonna, I don't know if we're gonna get to see much of it because of the clouds, but yeah, it looks so good. I feel like the camera's a bit wonky. There we go. There we go, there's Stornoway Airport. Love to see it. Highly recommend as well, by the way, if you want to do a nice VFR flight, fly from Stornoway VFR, follow the coast down to the south, and then land at Barra. Absolutely stunning flight. Did we calculate for wind drift or just the heading? Yeah, so basically what I did was I used Sky Vector, and that will give you a heading based on the winds, etc. So yeah, we used we calculated for wind drift, but we were still a fair distance off track to be honest once we arrived at the VOR, but nevertheless we weren't too far off. I don't think we'll be able to have a look once we I'm just going to put this back in gyropilot mode, and we need to adjust our heading to 167. Our course, rather. 167, there we go. Excuse me. And, yeah, like I say, we were a little bit off track, but, yeah, we'll see once we land what the actual track was. In fact, yes, this is the route that we did. Obviously you can see the circles which show the VOR coverage that we had. And I think if I had to make a guess, our track over the ocean was probably something like this. Probably something like this. Yeah, probably something like that. And then because I got all confused. Oops, hang on, let me just do this real quick. Yeah, because I got a bit confused once we came out on the other side. Once we actually picked up the VOR, so when we look at the track afterwards, it's probably going to look something like this. I reckon. That's my guess. Take a mental picture of that, and let's see. Let's see what it's like. So nevertheless, we made it across. Okay, I'm pretty happy about that. Nevertheless. So yeah, we are now on our final leg outbound from Stornoway, heading inbound. We're actually heading inbound the which VOR is this? TRN. I'm not sure which the full name for that one is. Turnberry. It's the Turnberry VOR. But what we're going to look out for, well, we're actually heading outbound the Stornoway VOR on a radial, and then we're going to pick up the Turnberry VOR, and we're just going to use that just for a last little bit of navigation to bring us sort of over the airport, and then we're going to track inbound to the ADF that's on location, on site, on the airport, on the airfield, should I say. So what we're going to do is we'll stick in here 11750. We'll do the same on this side as well, so we can pick up the DME. Well, and we can use this side if we really want to, and then we'll tune also in the PIK Prestwick ADF on 355. We'll stick that in as well. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to follow this course outbound, and then we are going to switch over to the I forgot what it's called already. Turnberry, the Turnberry VOR. We're going to switch over to that in about, what, 90 miles, 80 miles, something like that. Sorry, about 60 miles. About 60 miles, I imagine. Just checking the temps. Yeah, in about 60 miles, I imagine we'll pick up the Turnberry VOR. We'll follow that inbound until we basically pick up the ADF, and then we'll basically just follow that straight in and then start the ILS procedure. So we're on the home straight now. We're looking pretty good. So if I bring up the fuzz pad again, we're probably about here. Oops. We're probably about here. I mean, we can probably just look out the window and see where we are. Oh. Yeah, so you can see the Hebrides over there in Scotland, and then behind us you've got Stornoway. So yeah, we're like sort of right, basically exactly on the mark that I've put down, right in between the sort of in the channel there. So, like I said, right about here, probably about here actually. And we're going to follow this down until we pick up the Turnberry VOR, which is here. And then we're going to follow that inbound. And then at this point we should pick up the At this point we should pick up the ADF here, and then we're basically just going to fly directly in towards the ADF. And then we're going to do the ILS for runway 30, so it's probably going to involve flying out this way like this and then back on ourselves for the ILS on 30, like so. I think I've almost just drawn a man there. Right. Tell you what we can do though is we can actually just put in our arrival procedures, ILS 30. We want to do not that one, not that one, not that one. Wait, is that showing me the I think it's showing me the missed approach procedure. Oh, look at that, there's even a transition actually through this VOR, so we could actually do that one. Honestly, that might be better. Let's see. No, I think we'll just do what I planned to do, which is this one. Like so. So we can expect, we could even add a point in here, we could add that in there. I'm just going to leave that off. Yeah, so that's that. So we'll fly inbound and then outbound and then take a right turn in and down onto the ILS. It's always good when you find your way and works out. One of the flights I did was an airport in Africa which only had an NDB, arrived after dark and it had no lights. Ooh. Yeah, it reminds me of when we did that flight in Africa the other week, and you just looked out the window and there was just nothing. There was just nothing anywhere, and yeah, it's quite disconcerting. Where's Samuel going? I don't know, dude. Who's Samuel? How are we getting on? Yeah, doing good, mate. Doing good. Yeah, I've made it across the ocean. Just currently entering over Scotland. Just passed over Stornoway, where we actually flew from not so long ago. And we're just flying in over the Hebrides in Scotland. Where are we? We are, I can tell you, we're about to pass over Plockton. Plockton is probably the nearest airfield. Plockton or Broadford airstrip. There's probably others, but they're not showing up on little nav map. I think Plockton is like, actually I think Plockton is down there somewhere. A bit blurry, so I can't really make it out, but am I down there? But we're on live. Oh, that's Samuel. He's right there. Was he? Did he disappear somewhere? But yeah, Mariner, we're on North Europe. Actually, let me check that. We're on West Europe. West Europe and live players. There's Samuel. Scotland looking stunning from above. I wish the aerial imagery was a little bit more high resolution in the distance. Like, you can see what they've done. Like, recently they've made it so it's nice and sharp close to the aircraft, but then when you get further away it just goes into a blurry mush. Tunes, mate. Yeah, tunes indeed, Mariner, yeah. We're delayed. We're delayed. We're behind schedule, guys. Let's make an announcement. Okay, so we're at 11,000 feet. Let me just do my descent calculation here, because we're not too far off doing the descent. Stornoway itself, sorry, not Stornoway, Prestwick. Prestwick is at sea level. Prestwick is at sea level, so also the platform altitude we need to be at is 3,500. Let's just say 4,000, because that's where we're going to intercept the ADF or the NDB. So we need to lose 7,000 feet. So we only need about 35 miles for the descent, and then let's add on 20 to slow down. So we're going to need about 55 miles for the descent. That way you're flying into Prestwick, yeah. Into Prestwick, yeah. Yep. Tell you what I didn't do though, is I didn't put the landing gear to the neutral position. Always forget about that one. Look at that, look at Scotland. Go on, Scotland. Lovely. Amazing. Yeah, super nice. Super nice scenes down here in Scotland. Oof. Let's see. Are we going to fly over Ben Nevis here? We might go quite close. I don't think we are though, no. I think it's quite a bit further in. Oh, making steady progress here. Oh, there we go. There's the other VOR. We just picked that up. There we go. Okay, let's switch on over. I'm gonna fly the same radial. For some reason, that's slightly off, but it should have matched up perfectly. But there you go. Manacle Airways, welcome to the chat. Good evening, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Tuned in at a brilliant time actually. We're just flying over Scotland, looking absolutely magical in the evening sun. Tell you what though, I've been doing some. Oh, there's another little airstrip down there. Actually, tell you what, yeah, me and Mariner, we've been doing some really nice VFR flights in Scotland recently. Every time we do it, like it's so cloudy, and yeah, the time when I'm flying IFR, it's like perfect weather. Let's just adjust this to 167 just so it's there. And let's get the ILS frequency for Prestwick 110.3. Just put it in this side as well. Look at this. Absolute scenes. It's been a long flight, I seem tired. Yeah, I'm a little bit tired, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, it's not been super long, I suppose, but we have been live for 4.5 hours, and it's been quite relatively, you know, hands-on flight, to be honest. We flew over from Iceland, where there was terrible weather. We flew over the sea to, you know, to Scotland, where we are now. We're coming into Prestwick and Glasgow. Yeah, just using the radios, radio nav aids, and dead reckoning. So yeah, quite a lot to constantly be paying attention to. When you landed on a taxiway, yeah, I think that was that one, yeah. And yeah, on top of that manacle, we've been, yeah, we're not using the artificial flight engineer or anything. We're doing like literally every possible task that you would do for, you know, each crew member on this aircraft. Not actually, not too far away though. Not too far away. We need, we've got about 50 miles to go until we start our descents. So we needed to lose, what, 7,000 feet? 55, yeah, 55. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start my descent where this DME reads 70, because this VOR is a little bit past the airport. So we'll do it a bit earlier than that. So yeah, about, yeah, 40 miles to the descent. Yeah, it's a very active flight in this case. Yeah, certainly. Certainly was. It wasn't just a case of putting the autopilot on and letting it do its thing. Certainly. Use me. What's my operating system for this sim? I'm using Windows 10. Looking magical outside. Where's my other view? There we go. Oh, yes. Let's see, can we get a better view than that? Oh, the curtains are closed. Come on now. There we go, that's pretty nice. But yeah, Windows 10, Martin, yeah. I think this is the only operating system it currently works on. Obviously, Xbox is the next, but other than that, yeah. I think I'm using Windows 10 Home Edition, if it makes any difference. Very impressed that someone finally can fly this plane without the artificial flight engineer. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm an expert at it, and I wouldn't say I'm the first person to ever do it. I think there's definitely other people that have done it plenty of times. In fact, I'm probably one of the least well skilled in doing it, but hey ho. If you get to your destination, that's all that matters, I suppose. If you're on the wing behind the engines, you can see the flames. Yeah. I don't think they're too visible during the day in this sim though. I've definitely noticed it at night, but I think it's quite difficult to see it during the day. Yeah, it doesn't really show up. but at night you can see it very clearly. They've just brought in a new effects editor for this sim, so I think in the near future they might even improve it so you can, you know, so they're even more visible. Don't be so modest. I mean, it's true. It's true. PC or laptop? Have a gaming laptop, not sure of the specs for this game or graphics card. I'm on a PC, so if you go to just above where all the chat is and the comments, and you click see more, you can actually see my full specs there if you're interested. But yeah, I'm on a fairly decent PC. But if you wanted to, if you just Google Microsoft Flight Simulator minimum specs or recommended specs, then yeah, you should be able to find it there. It's quite a demanding title, but you'll be surprised at what you can get away with in terms of performance, especially considering they're releasing a big optimization update on Tuesday. So if you just give that a Google, hopefully it'll give you a bit of a better idea. Paul, yeah, you got to learn from the mistake. I've made some pretty big blunders, haven't I? So yeah, that's the way to do it, though, isn't it? That's the way to do it. You just jump in and you start doing it yourself, and you know, it starts to make a bit more sense. You know, at the end of the day, you know, this aircraft, I think for me, probably the most difficult thing to do is to navigate and change the power at the same time, as trivial as that sounds. You know, like flying manually, that is. Yes, it's quite a lot to concentrate on. But yeah, if you just jump in and start doing it yourself, then it's very rewarding. And it's not too hard to pick up, honestly. It's just slightly different. You know, you just got to know what switches to press and when, and sometimes it helps to know why you're pressing them. Also, having said that, I also have this checklist here. I made a checklist myself, which is basically based on a combination of the artificial flight engineer. It's based on a combination of the artificial flight engineer's checklist and also a combination of that and what's in the POH. So it's a bit more condensed than what's in the POH. So as a result, it's I personally think it's a bit more, you know, easy to manage. And I came up with this, and I think it's pretty good, really. It kind of, it doesn't tell you everything to do, but it tells you, you know, it helps remind you of what you need to do, I think. And I'm currently just testing it, and once this is finished, once I'm happy that everything is in the right place and it's not wrong, basically, I'm going to stick it up online somewhere. I might put it up on my Facebook group first of all, and then probably put it, I don't know, somewhere else, flightsim.to potentially. And this is obviously based on just somebody doing it all themselves. And yeah, even put in a reference for the engine run-up, which I always forget, so yeah. Keep an eye out for that, and maybe it'll be helpful for you. I'm not using my own cruise profile. What do you mean? You mean I'm not using it like from the POH? So on the checklist, I put in these power settings. Yeah, I put these in. These are basically the power settings that the AFE uses. And they're just for reference, really. They're just in case you want to just jump in and just do a flight without having to do, you know, too much maths and looking through tables and setting the weight and balance and stuff. I just put that there as a reference, just in case, you know, you didn't want to mess around with reading through all the tables and whatnot. Because these obviously work well. There's a reason why they're chosen by the automated flight engineer. So yeah, I just put them on as a reference. Not necessarily as a every time recommendation, if that makes sense. Just in case you wanted to just use a bit less brain power, I suppose. Thanks, Manical. Thanks. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it seems to be panning out for me. I've done a few flights with it so far, and yeah, it seems to be fairly decent. I'm just fine tuning it. Don't AFE use a general setting? Yeah, I believe they do use a general setting, and but it still will obviously shift the power depending on the phase of flight. Although I might be wrong. I just recorded that over one flight, so on some flights, maybe it takes into account your weight and balance. I don't know, but I suppose they're middle of the road settings. I know at least the cruise setting is a static setting that doesn't change each time you use the AFE. Yo, Grey Gamer UK, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Hope you're well and having a fantastic weekend. Welcome to the stream. Tajamal as well, thank you very much for the follow on Facebook, as well as John Coulter. Thank you very much for the follow on Facebook. I hope you're doing well and having a fantastic week. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I fully agree with Paul there. Yeah, Manacle, it's yeah, it's 100% worth getting this aircraft. It's just brilliant. I can't really say that much more about it, really. It's just a fantastic aircraft. Alright, so approaching 70 miles out here. I'm going to release altitude control, and let's start down on our descent. So we'll go for 1,000 feet per minute. And we're just initially going to start down like so, and we'll reduce the power shortly, I believe. Well, not I believe, but we'll reduce the power shortly. Let's just get that fixed on 1,000 feet per minute. There we go, looking good. Excuse me. God, my throat is hurting a little bit. Okay. Cool. So let's get the QNH at our destination. EGPK. It's 10:10, so I'm actually going to set that in now because we've effectively cleared ourselves down to an altitude. So I'm going to set that in now. And also going to turn the hydraulic system bypass into bypass mode. I'm not going to forget about that one ever again. We are in low blower already. Fuel tanks and main. Crossfeed is off. Hydraulic bypass is down. Inverters we can also put now to both sides. And that's the descent checklist complete, essentially. Let me just check I am in low blower. We are, yeah, okay. Alright, let's check the temperatures down here, because these are going to start rising as we get a little bit further down here. In fact, they already are rising. Let's just open up the cowl flaps a little bit here. Yeah, I can relate to that, Manacle. You know, I hope things improve, and I'm sure, like you say, I'm sure they will. Alright, let's bring that manifold pressure down a bit. It's going to keep creeping up as we go down here. Cylinder head temperatures are creeping up still. Let's open up these cowl flaps even further. Look at this lighting. Oh, what a time. What a time of day to be coming in for a landing. Oh, just stunning. Got a bit of a wind farm going on down there, through this cloud. Okay. So we've done about 15 miles, we've done about 3,000 feet, so we're looking good on profile. Airspeed is, it's not actually increasing too much here, so just keep that down. Alright, cylinder head temperatures are actually getting a bit colder now, so let's just close those off. Maybe I was a little bit overzealous there. Let's turn down the vinyl warming a bit as well, as it's definitely getting a bit warmer here. And we can actually turn, we'll leave it there for now. Alright, looks like we're going to go through a bit of cloud here, and let's see what our temperatures are looking like. So we're below 10 degrees, the carb temperature is in the icing range, so I'm actually going to, put some carb heat in. There we go, that should do it. Might need a bit more than that, let's see. Let's go ahead and get the prop de-icer and the airfoil master heater on as well. Vinyl warming is still on anyway. And that was a lot less cloud than that was a lot less cloud than I thought it was going to be. I thought there was going to be way more than that. Alright, okay, fair enough. Manifold pressure down. Used to rag up some miles very often, a few times a month, travelling to see my girlfriend in Denmark from London. Billund or Copenhagen. Love those short little flights. Yeah, sounds good, mate. Yeah, I used to go see my partner in Prague quite a lot. Yeah, I can relate. I had a girlfriend in Bulgaria, so I was to Sofia there often. Happy to say I'm with a steady wifey person now. Sounds good, dude. Yeah, Sofia sounds really cool as well. My brother actually is spending a lot of time over there at the moment. Making sure the carb temps aren't getting too hot. Could do with closing these just a tiny bit as well now. They're getting a bit chilly on the old cylinder head temperatures. I'm going to leave the anti-ice and stuff on because I think we're about to punch through the clouds anyway. We should pick up that ADF beacon pretty soon. What temperature on? We're about 10 degrees. Getting a little bit bouncy here over the mountains. Alright, I'm just going to slow this rate of descent down a bit now because we are into our final 1,000 feet. And let's just keep an eye on these temperatures here. There we go, that's looking good. And we're basically through all the moisture now, so let's come down here and turn the carb heat off. There we go. We'll put mixtures onto, we'll remove the lock, we'll turn all the mixture to auto rich now. And we're actually going to put in the descent power, which is the same RPM as what we're currently on, and we're just going to reduce the manifold pressure. Turn the music down a bit as well, getting a bit loud. Alright. Cool. We're approaching 4,000 feet. Let's start to shallow out this descent even more. And hopefully we should start to bleed off a little bit of speed now as well. Cylinder head temperatures are looking good. We're above 10 degrees now. Let's just turn the vinyl warming down, and we can also turn the prop de-icer and airfoil heater off as well. Okie dokie, let's shallow out the descent even more. There we go, there's the ADF. So I'm actually going to go to gyropilot mode, and we're just going to fly straight in towards the ADF. We'll do a quick approach briefing momentarily. Let's just get on the right track here. And I will just catch up with the chat in just a second. Let's get altitude control on. That's not right, is it? Right, there we go. Okay, we are just about on track, maybe a little bit further to the left. Just going to hit B on my keyboard actually, and see if that fixes the altitude hold, because it's a bit funky. There we go, okay. Right, so we're on track, tracking inbound towards the ADF, or the NDB should I say. So let's actually go ahead and bring the ILS into our active frequency. Can we see the airfield yet? We cannot. Alright, so tracking inbound. Let's do a quick approach briefing. I'll, like I say, catch up with the chat momentarily. So we're coming in from the north here, and we're going to come flying towards this NDB PIK on 355. Once we reach that, we're going to turn outbound on a 109 heading. And then at 12 DME from the ILS, we're going to make our base turn in towards the ILS on 304. And from 9.1 miles, we're going to start the descent at 3.5 degrees. So it's a little bit steeper than your average ILS here. And that's it really. Go around, altitude is 3,500 feet. And minimum, so your standard 200 feet above ground level, 265 feet MDA for this ILS, and that's it. So I'm not going to spend too long on that, because otherwise I will I'll inevitably mess this up. So let's see. So you can see now we've actually picked up the ILS. You can see it's enunciating on the well, not enunciating, but you can see the bars have moved to indicate it's the glide slope and localizer deviation along with the DME information. Alright, let's see, what did I miss here? Francis, thank you very much for the follow on Facebook, hope you're well. Let's see. Used to rack up, I've seen that one. Sorry, a bit off topic, but did you have some feedback from Airsoft about the VOR navigation issue in the CRJ? Yeah, well, I think Matthias replied to my post, and I do believe that he said that it's being looked at. So I would expect to hopefully see some kind of improvement on that when they release the 900 and 1000 variants. But I don't know for sure. We'll have to see. Well, I've not heard anything, you know, since then, unfortunately. Right then, here we are. Beautiful evening. Fantastic. Such a good looking sim. And there's the airport in front of us. Great stuff. We're here. We made it. Did I see the press release for the FlyJ Sim Q400? Yeah, I did, yeah. Yeah, it looks really good, yeah. I mean, honestly, I was kind of hoping they would announce that aircraft for Microsoft Flight Simulator, but they did it for X-Plane instead, which is fine. And yeah, looks really cool. Looks really cool. It's yet another amazing aircraft that that's available for X-Plane. So yeah, it looks really cool. Apparently that is in P3D. You know, it's absolutely amazing in P3D apparently. So I would only expect good things from the X-Plane version. Alright, so I'm going to set this now to 109 here, which is about here. There we go. But yeah, I mean, I'm surprised X-Plane doesn't run that well on your machine if you can run Microsoft Flight Simulator well. Alright, so we're going to be landing on runway 30, which is, I believe, is it this runway? It looks like it's closed, that one. Or is it this one? I can't see the windsock either. Where's the windsock? I can hear the ILS in a marker going. Let's see, can we see the windsock out of here? No, we can't. Alright, anyway, we're going to need to make a turn now to 109. We're going to need to descend to 3,500 feet. Okay, here we go. Alright, so I've gone a bit far there, of course. Okay. There we go, that should do it. Okay, so we're heading outbound on 109. The ADF's not perfectly behind us, but I can live with that. I think it should still work out okay. And then at 12 miles, so 12 miles DME from the ILS, we're going to make a right turn in towards the inbound course of 304. Let's keep that descent coming. We need to be at 3,500 feet when we make the base turn. Samuel's still behind us. Yes, he is. Yeah, he's following along. Amazing. Love to see it. But yeah, some good turboprops in Microsoft Flight Simulator would be great. Yeah, I mean the Twin Otter should be coming fairly soon, I imagine. That should be pretty cool. It's because you're flying VR. Got you. Okay, I've never tried VR, so I can't really comment on that one too much. Mariner, I don't see you at all, dude. I don't see you at all. And the aircraft it's the Majestic Q400-8. I think I sent you the link on Discord the other day. They announced it for X-Plane. I think it's quite a well-known aircraft for P3D. Okay, so let's do a checklist. So, approach checklist. Let's turn these signs on. Landing lights we can turn on when we get a bit slower here. I'm actually going to just reduce my power a bit to 100 BMEP now. Hopefully get us slowing down a bit better. Let's get altitude control on. So signs are on, landing lights will turn on when we get a bit slower. Mixture is auto rich, carb temperature is cold. Cowl flaps are, we can turn them to 4 degrees, but they're actually doing fine just where they are, to be honest. I'll turn them to 4 degrees just before I intercept. Boost pumps, we can turn those on. Okay, and power is 100 BMEP, so we're looking good. 12 miles, let's turn inbound. And we want to be on a heading of 304. Big base turn. Let's start straightening up a bit. There we go. Okie dokie. Just double checking that the hydraulics system is in bypass. Do not want to miss that one ever again. Okay, cool. So we're on our intercept course. Let's start slowing down a bit. So we'll go for flaps 10. Oh, look at that. Let's not get distracted here. Let's go for flaps 20. Here comes the localizer. Sorry, flaps 15 is what we're on currently. And flaps 20. Okay, so we are flaps 20, just over 140 knots. We're looking good. I'm actually going to go gear down. Love how that gear comes down. So cool. Alright, let's go approach mode, and we should be getting onto the glide slope in just a second here. 140 knots. I'm actually going to add a teeny touch bit of power there. There we go, starting down on the glide slope now. Let's just jump up top and just check our landing speeds. So we are at about 85, so V approach 134 and VREF 105. Okay, so we're a bit quick at the moment. Let's get flaps 30. Okay, let's get those landing lights on as well. And we'll get those cowl flaps opened to 4 degrees. And we'll bring the props forward as well. To 2,400. Just going to reduce our BMEP a little bit, so let's just go 2,400 first. And we're going to bring the BMEP. Whoa! Back up to 100, there we go. Okay, so we're right on VREF at the moment. We're looking good, flaps 30. 5 miles to go. We're looking good, we've got the sun right in our eyes, so it's kind of difficult to see what is going on. But our approach checklist is complete. Landing checklist, we just need to go to flaps full, and then we're good. So, yeah. Right on profile, 2 whites, 2 reds. Let's release the gyro pilot, and let's bring this thing in manually. So let's go flaps 40, 4 miles out. Get this thing onto the center line before we get too close. There we go. Looking good. 2 whites, 2 reds still. Alright, 120 knots. Let's go. Flaps full. Hopefully that slows us down a bit. Got 1 white now, so just correcting for that. There we go. Back on it. Let's get back over to centerline here. Alright. Here we go. Alright, we're a teeny bit low now, but I'm just looking fine. Right on VREF. Oh! Let's get some reversing. There's a little bit of a bounce there, wasn't there? Let's get out of reverse here. And on the brakes. There we are. Welcome to Prestwick, guys. I'm not sure where I'm going here. Oh, look at that church right there. Very nice. Alright. There we go. I'm surprised that was over 200 feet per minute, to be honest. That felt like it were going to be smooth as butter. So here we are. We've got Samuel coming in for a landing as well. I'm not sure if there's actually a main terminal here that we need to go to, so let's see. Yeah, I think the main terminal is actually up here. Let's go up there. Hello? What's happened? The aircraft's just stopped responding to anything. Interesting. Nevertheless, let's get the cowl flaps open. Oh, there we go. It started working again. We can retract and bring in the landing lights. Let's bring in the flaps as well. Can be difficult to judge the attitude on landing. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think in flight sim in general, it's just quite difficult to judge sometimes the landing rate without just staring at your instruments the whole time. But nevertheless, that was a nicely flown approach, I think, and I'm pleased. I'm pleased. Alright, so after landing checklist, the cowl flaps are open, wing flaps are up, prop governor is full forwards, pressurization is looking good, pitot heat we can turn off, as well as the cooling turbine. Gust lock we can also put back in now as well. Beautiful. There's Samuel. Alright, I guess we just turn in here. It doesn't look like this is a very well generated autogen airport, to be honest, but let's just park somewhere and get shut down. Oh. It's not actually too bad by the looks of things. It's got at least some parking spaces, which some of the autogen airports don't have at all. Beautiful. That'll do it. Okay then, let's go over here. Quickly get a ground power unit connected and we'll switch over to that. Let's turn the booster pumps off, come down here. Engine swivel cut off. Go up top. Magnetos off. Inverters can come off as well. Beacon light off. Position light we'll leave on for now. Seatbelts no smoking off. Cabin heater can come off as well. Okie dokie. Fuel tanks can go to off as well, and that is about it. Let's do the parking checklist. So parking brakes are on, mixture is idle cut off, fuel tank selectors are off, ignition is off, inverters are off, and generators off. Parking checklist complete. Great stuff. All right, let's get the chocks in. And tow bar and tractor, let's get the doors open and the cargo doors as well. In fact, one thing I wanted to test actually, can you release the parking brake while the chocks are in? No, you can't. Okay, fair enough. Get the stairs out as well. There we go, beautiful. Well, that was a lovely flight, wasn't it? Let's have a quick look at Sim Toolkit and just see the landing report on there. So yeah, Sim Toolkit said 262 feet per minute as well. So yeah, not too brilliant, but not the worst in the world. And yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it bounced as well, to be honest, when I touched down, because I was right on my VREF. Maybe I should have flared a bit more. In fact, I probably should have done, really, shouldn't I? Let's see how much room I had left on the runway. I mean, 1.38 G is pretty good, I'm not going to lie. Let's see. What? What is going on here? What is this? Well, I guess we're not seeing that then. Nevertheless, I was 5 foot off centre line and 2 degrees off the correct heading with a 0.3 roll. So pretty good. I'm going to assume I was pretty much in the touchdown zone because I feel like I didn't float at all there. So that was good. And yeah, so thank you very much everybody for watching. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Samuel, thank you very much for flying along for this whole flight. I hope you've enjoyed following along. It's been pretty cool. Actually, before we go, let's have a look at our actual track that we took across the ocean. Who's ready for this? Who is ready for this? In fact, I really just need to nip away to the toilet for 1 second. I'll be back and we'll look at that. All right. Let's see what our actual track was over the ocean then. Here we go. Drum roll, please. I don't have a drum roll, unfortunately. No, I don't. Here we go. Okay, there we go. Oh, I just got an achievement for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Accumulate 50 hours of flight at night. Okay, if you call this night time. Alright, so let's see. So obviously heading out of Iceland was fine. This is where we sort of deviated because of the weather. And then this is our track over the ocean. So as expected, we did go quite a bit to the left. And then I managed to bring it back a little bit. And then we picked up the VOR. And you can see exactly what I predicted. We went all over the place there. I'm not sure what this turn here is. I don't remember doing that. I don't remember that at all. And then you can ignore this pink line, that's from a different flight. And then obviously coming down here, keeping on coming down, and then we flew that procedure more or less to a T, and then in and down. So there we go. Yeah, we weren't too far off, I suppose. All right, great stuff. Well, thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. If you're watching on YouTube, before you go, if you enjoyed the stream, please do hit the like button. And if you're not a subscriber, please consider doing so. Likewise, if you're on Facebook, please do consider liking the post as well as following the page. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you again in some more streams. So thank you very much for watching, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed. Everybody enjoy the rest of your evening. Mariner, I'll give you a shout in a little bit if I'm online later tonight. Samuel, special thanks to you for flying along. But once again, everybody, thank you very much for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. Oh, before I go, so Xbox launch week next week. I'm going to be live on Tuesday when the update goes live. I'm going to be live on maybe on Wednesday, but if not, Thursday and Friday as well, and probably Saturday and Sunday, to be honest. I'm going to do a lot of streams next week because it's you know, big week for everyone. So take it easy. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now.